Grey Knight, what's up, dude? Fucking son of a bitch. Oh my god. What? Dude, the way these packages work is so fucking stupid. Oh my god, why do they even have a fucking resealable rip-open top if the fucking bag doesn't work? That is the most insane shit I've ever fucking seen. I fucking opened the bag and rather than... it delaminated. What is this? Look at that! What the fuck? Dude. Oh my god. That's what I have to do. This is the fucking resealable top with the fucking Ziploc. You rip off the fucking Ziploc to get the bag open. Oh my god. I'm not on oxys. I don't take opiates.
Know when to come into his feminine to pull his girl out of the fit that she may be in. And a lot of the times what men do, period, is if a woman gets into a tiff, because we have to remember masculinity keeps track. Oh, I've showed up every day. I told her I loved her yesterday, today, this morning. You think you're doing a good job. But that one time you didn't say I love you on the phone, we're over here like, damn, does he love me? Like, and that's just a natural thing, by the way. People could say, well, she's insecure. You can say whatever you want to say. Why does a baby cry? Why does a dog howl? Why does the sun...
You compare...
She's literally saying women are like fucking retarded children. It's funny how they'll admit it to you. Yeah, we're retarded children. Oh. Son of a bitch.
Women into a baby, and it's like sometimes I'm listening to these broads, and it's either you really want to women are the best, and sometimes to defend yourself, you're putting yourself against the lowest of the lows.
There's nothing low about a baby.
I'm sorry, but a full-grown woman is not going to be compared to a baby. All right, a baby that's learning about life, that they can't control their emotion, can't control their fucking bladder, can't control. No.
I think babies are the greatest.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, shoot. Cool. Anyways, no, you're gonna compare it to a dog that's howling? Like, nah, my girl. You see, take this L. I got it for you. That's not a defense. That's not a. Oof, my God. That's
so
what
now that she's compared herself to a dog, is it okay to call her a bitch? All right,
nah, you wildin'.
Well, I'm wildin'?
Not really, but you wildin'.
I think that's not wild. I'm gonna be honest. She's the one who put herself on.
Fair, fair. But yeah, nah. Okay. Sometimes you think you said something, but you really didn't say anything.
Maybe you can't understand it because you just need to get your feminine, pull her back.
Regulate that, but oftentimes what do men do? Men say, well, why are you so upset? What did I do wrong? Don't you see that I did? Now you're trying to run off the track record, not realizing that femininity lives in the now. How do I feel right now? And if you can't...
Yeah, the problem that men have is they listen to what women say. If a chick starts whining and complaining, just fucking ignore her and leave. That's all you gotta do. Just tell her to get her wham-whams out and you'll talk to her later when she's done throwing her tantrum. It's that simple. It's a very simple solution. Deceptively simple. Dude, my neck is just... Oh. I had to ride my motorcycle for like 2 hours today, and it's just wrecked. God damn.
We lost him in Japan, don't know where the fuck he's at. And
Grey Knight Donate $2. This TikTok anti-Semite has officially lost it to the point of no return. Now he's being reported to the FBI. Is he actually? This guy's a piece of shit. I know about him.
I do not condemn the elimination of those 2 Zionist officials who worked at the Israeli embassy last night.
Okay, we're gonna break this one down.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna bother watching the rest of this because it's too loud, but yeah, I know that scumbag. Given enough time, they all end up exposing themselves as just Jew-hating Nazi cultists. Every single fucking one of them, dude. If you ever debate one of these pro-palitards long enough, you can get them to bite the bullet on some of the most insane retarded shit. Like, if liberating Palestine would cause the death of every single Jew on the planet, like, would it be okay? Oh yeah, that's fine. Would you rather have Hamas or the Israeli government, ruling that region? Hamas, jihadist terrorists. So, they're all fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
he's gonna be the next feral athlete, the first one.
I like DUI hire more.
It depends if how hard you train today, buddy.
Oh, this is my audition?
Yeah, this is your audition. No, you know what? You gotta spit in my mouth.
Ew, what the fuck?
Oh, they got me fucking horny. I'm horny as shit. Drove the missus car today. Counterculture gym. Pretty hardcore gym. Keep regulars like you out of my fucking gym. 1, I'm afraid of women. 2.
No, you're not. Oh my. Oh.
What do you usually start off with?
This guy's has to want to die, right? Next level dumb. Not a fan of this guy, but this is a fun vid on Frank.
Let me take a look. There's actually an extremely high rate of death among free solo climbers. There's like about a dozen per year that die. The only reason I can figure somebody like that would do that shit is if he has absolutely nothing going on for him. Like, he must have lost all of his money in a divorce or something, or fucking crypto or whatever the fuck. 'Cause why would you do that? Let me see.
All right, so today we have...
We literally already reacted to this yesterday. Well, thanks for the donation, the real vegan gains.
I haven't hit chest in 2 years.
2 years.
Since I hurt my back.
Chest?
Well, I just gave up on it after I hurt my back.
You're even softer than I
Not
thought.
because I hurt my back. I gave up on it because it was after
Wait,
my
why are you talking to the camera? Talk to me.
All right, sorry.
You're like defending yourself. Like, calm down, buddy. Dude. Hey, I want a bench. You want a bench? That's what I do, so.
Yeah, I'll try and bench. I'll attempt.
So you're not adding nothing?
Just to warm up, damn!
Mike post fucking surgery could bench more than you.
He's a grown man on steroids. This is great. Oh wait, let me set up.
Set up, bro.
I just want to see. Hold on. Wait, I don't even remember how to do this. Stop making me laugh.
You look like a praying mantis or some shit.
Is this better?
Yeah. Me and Carly don't train together, people.
We've trained together one time.
Like one time we hit legs together, and I was like, yeah.
You said after that we should train together more.
I said that, yeah. I said yeah. Like we should train together more, but then we never did. Warm up the biceps for a little chest press.
You only curled that to be a butt.
No, to warm up my arms. Booby time.
No, not high yet.
What does it smell like?
It smells amazing. It smells fucking beautiful, dude. Honestly, bend down a little bit, right? And then I'll get a whiff, and then that'll...
These donators, I've been pretty depressed recently and have been praying to God frequently so that my circumstances may improve. It's the dumbest, most retarded, dumb fuck shit I've ever fucking heard in my goddamn life. I feel a bit better when I pray and I feel like religion gives me some purpose in life. Well, then you're fucking stupid. Have you experienced anything similar? No, I'm not an actual, literal, fucking retarded loser who thinks praying to an imaginary fucking friend that doesn't exist is going to somehow improve his life. Where to fucking begin? Buddy, let's just assume for the sake of argument this stupid idea that there's a magic wizard that lives in the sky that controls the world. Let's just assume for the sake of argument that that magical sky wizard exists. How many women on a daily basis get raped? Children too. How many women and children on a daily basis get raped? How many people on a daily basis do you think get fucking murdered or die of some horrible fucking disease? It's in the millions. So you're telling me millions and millions of children, women, innocent people are getting raped, murdered, dying of horrible fucking diseases, and you think some magical sky wizard gives two fucking shits about you? For some reason, a fucking 9-year-old died of fucking childhood leukemia and just slowly fucking rotted to death from cancer. But for some reason, God thinks you're special, and God saw that you were feeling a little down lately. And, you know, just because you asked really nicely, God made you feel better. He used his magic God powers to make you feel just a little better and not so depressed. He let a 9-year-old child rot to death from fucking cancer, but you are so special that just because you asked nicely, a God that controls all of reality decided to use his infinite powers to make you feel a little better today. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Thanks for the donation, V's.
Give me like the energy from my
Alright,
set. That will make, I'll have the best set ever. Honestly, dude, I'm gonna PR.
I got you from right here.
No, bro, I need PR sniff. PR whiff. Whoo, fuck, smelling salts. Killjoy, panty, sweat. Your dad watches these videos too.
Oh my God, my parents are gonna put this on the family TV and watch it together.
Mr. Killjoy, do not watch this video. Like, this is a warning for you. Click off the video.
Dad, I'm not doing anything bad. He's just gonna say a bunch of gross stuff.
We're releasing the OnlyFans link after the video.
No, we're not.
Pegging? No, it's the pegging session.
I'm fully clothed. He's butt naked. That's how.
Get closer. Help me with the lift off.
For 2 plates?
Damn, bro, for real?
You got it.
Damn. So I'm gonna take off all the weights.
Yep.
It'd probably be faster that way.
Don't break your nails.
That's probably still too much for you.
He should get his girlfriend to take steroids.
I remember wearing straps and shit and wrist wraps. Like, fuck all that shit, man. You come in this bitch raw. It looks so much cooler.
Oh, damn. Thanks for the 10 gifted memberships, Dragon Noodle Soup. Appreciate it.
Like,
Raw.
yeah. Should I do another plate? I think I should. You know, I think I should do another plate.
No one's here to save you if you fail. If he drops,
Bro, all I need is a little nudge. No, like, I'm serious.
what?
Like, you actually, like, stop me.
If you clap one more time, I'm gonna let it fall on your neck. Dude, I can smell myself. Get away from me. I need like a spray bottle.
This for the future generations that we're gonna.
Dude, you know, it's fucking hilarious how videos like this exist where some, like, little girl can barely bench the fucking bar. And then you have, like, a dude benching, like, what? How many plates is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's benching about 500 pounds. And then there's, like, retarded feminists saying, girls can play in boys' sports. There's no difference between men and women.
Bring into this fucking world.
All right.
All right. All right. I got it, bro. You were scared a little bit. You were scared, just attack.
Who's your bigger?
Oh my gosh. Hang on, who sticks out further? I got a bigger butt too, bro. No cap.
Well,
I got cake in my shit. So we put that thong on, boy, that shit was crazy.
do I look big?
Does this turn you on though? This has to be doing something.
I'm eating sweet potatoes and some vegan sausages. I got field roast sausages and I got the Guardian Supreme sausage things.
I know you're quite familiar with those.
He's more familiar than I am.
No, I just meant with the pegging and stuff.
Yeah, I know. He's more familiar than I am.
25s, big 25s, here we go. Hey, I'm not making fun of you.
I can't do this with one hand. It's too high up. Light work. It's my next set. Normally our wardrobes would be switched, and I would be wearing that, and he'd be in panties, leggings, bra, the whole bit. It's too bad you guys can't see our at-home dynamic. He has a uniform, actually.
The maid uniform, yeah.
Yeah,
Maid uniform goes
maid
hard.
uniform. Has some cat ears and everything.
You want me to put it on your lap, buddy?
I can do it. You're gonna like drop it on my knee. Aw, that was so nice.
Come on.
I'm trying.
Or some shit.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much of a biological difference between men and women when it comes to, you know, athleticism. I think the feminists might have been right. There's really not much of a difference between men and women that I can tell. Currently skinny fat, and I've started lifting weights and doing diamond push-ups and reduced my meal size. Well, good job, dude. You just gotta be on that alpha male grind set and do absolutely everything you need to do to become the most fucking jacked, savage motherfucker on the planet. And anyone who gets in your way is going to fucking feel your wrath, and their mom is going to get fucking pounded. So yeah, start with doing some push-ups, calisthenics. Bike riding is really good too. Low impact on the joints.
Carly pinned me today. Mikey was gone.
I've been upgraded, or I've been promoted. It's been 2 years, and he just now started letting me pin him.
How was it?
It was just L-carnitine and a little bit of test, because, like, I'm going natty. I've always wondered, like, do women, are you impressed? Like, me doing these 120 dumbbells for, like, 10, like, are you impressed by that?
A physical feat of strength that 1% of the population can achieve is impressive to nobody.
Everyone thinks, like, you get girls from lifting.
It's not.
But it's mainly just meth.
It is an impressive feat. Most women...
Women generally don't know fucking jack shit about lifting weights, and as long as you're lifting, like, double what a chick is lifting, she's gonna be impressed. Unless, like, they're actually into lifting, like, they understand things like powerlifting and shit, and they know what impressive numbers are. Normie-ass chicks, as long as you can lift, like, a lot more weight than them, they're like, ooh, you're strong.
Don't like men who have a lot of muscle because they think it looks freaky.
So women are intimidated by men.
It's not intimidating, it's like...
Freaky?
Like, I get it.
It's just, like, you're not interested in that. Like, why the fuck are you doing that?
Like, in...
Alright, you guys heard it first, muscly men? Are you talking about, like, naturally, like...
Alright, here's the thing. When you're a girl who doesn't work out, there's a level of muscle that if you cross it, it's gross and freaky. And usually, that's just not being natural. There's no system where men are socially, like, oppressed systematically the way women are. Absolutely, men can face discrimination in a way.
It's called family court, you dumb bitch. So, I don't know about that. I'm not so sure about that one. It's kind of funny, too, like, what is oppression? What does it mean for a group of people to be oppressed? Are women oppressed in Saudi Arabia because they're not allowed to work? Or are they highly privileged and they're taken care of, and men are the ones who are oppressed because they're expected to actually work and make a living? There's actually a very interesting conversation and debate among feminists in Saudi Arabia about that very topic. There's a lot of Saudi Arabian women who do not want women to have the same rights as men because they like being stay-at-home wives and not having to work. And the thought of, like, having to get a job and an education and do all this work, they don't want to do it. So it's all a matter of perspective, really. You're oppressed when you want to be oppressed. There's only one rule in the fucking universe, and that's strength. So if you're actually good, then you're gonna win. If you're a failure, you're probably a failure because you're a failure, not because you're oppressed.
Being a man, though, like, it's hard as fuck.
You're born, you're broke, you're ugly, you're stupid, you can't defend yourself, yada, yada, yada. Would you rather be all of those things and a white man? Or would you rather be all of those things and be a black woman?
Why are you whispering? I'd rather be a white man because then I could just take steroids.
Okay.
That's true, yeah, you just proved the point. Because if I was all those things, I would just like find a way to get roids. And matter of fact, it is so easy being a man. I find enjoyment looking at my big ass muscles in the mirror, eating a shit ton of food, and planning my whole day around the gym.
I had 2 million followers and you had never touched a camera in your life. I have not built my shit off of having huge tits.
It doesn't matter if you don't like try and put your tits out there.
New nature videos. From Sferich's father.
Now, I'm sure many of you will have come across this in your lives. Where you or people around you are being called racist for...
Dodo donated $3.
Oklahoma School Superintendent Ryan Walters is on a mission.
We're bringing the Bible back to school. We're bringing...
If Walters is successful, St. Isidore of Seville Catholic Virtual School would be the first of its kind. The only taxpayer-funded religious charter school in the country.
The highest court in the country deadlocked on this question of whether there should be a religiously taxpayer-funded religious charter school. The Oklahoma...
No, it clearly violates the fucking U.S. Constitution.
Oklahoma Supreme Court's ruling saying this school cannot go forward will be upheld.
You heard that right. With a deadlock decision earlier today, the United States Supreme Court effectively blocked the creation of the nation's first public religious...
Yeah, no shit. Even with fucktard Supreme Court, the combined, like, retarded massive brain they have usually ends up coming to okay decisions, at least when it comes to, like, horseshit that Trump wants to enforce. I would have been absolutely fucking shocked if SCOTUS ruled against that. Or for it, the publicly funded religious schools. Well, that's good news anyway. Get fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, all kinds of silly reasons, really. Because I have family who are kind of...
Oh, thank fuck. Here it comes. Oh, my neck is feeling better already.
a little bit indoctrinated by the kind of this liberal thinking. It's something you have to kind of break free from with some critical thinking. You know, I was always like, I was never political. I've never voted in my life. I've always seen it as an absolute fucking scam, a sham, carousel of fucking profiteers. But I would always say I was left-leaning in my early days, just because you know, I wasn't judgmental and I would accept people for what they are. But accepting people for what they are means you have to be clear about what they are. Also means you have to be clear. And people kind of call all kinds of things racism these days. Like people will say that stereotyping is racism. Well, no, it's not stereotyping. That's why we have two different words.
Yeah, that's nice and boring.
Posting a video, your tits are still like visible.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm looking at them.
Okay, but so think about that. Think about that. That's.
Whatever happens, let's just hope Project 2025 ever comes into fruition.
Haven't they completed about half of Project 2025 so far? Well, hopefully they don't get much further. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not what it's about, and that's still the first thing you look at.
You funny shit.
That no matter what I do, I have this like pit as a woman that I can't dig my way out of. Boobs.
But like, hang on. But wait. But like, wait, no. Because if you were just to see what I post.
Could you have avoided the circumcision, or was it the only treatment option? If you have phimosis, you can get a surgery where they basically just cut your foreskin to let it stretch out. Or it's they perform like a reduction of the foreskin. In Canada, hospitals don't really do that procedure. You'd have to go to like you'd probably have to go to a plastic surgeon. So I didn't want to have to bother to do that and pay out of pocket and shit. So circumcision was basically free. I think it was like $40 to just book the surgery room or something. And then the rest was covered by social health care. So did you see Sverige recently put a blue David star on his GOTUS channel banner? I think it's because he heard Jews are killing children or something. It's probably why he did it. But like, there's no way that guy could know anything about Israel or what's happening there. Like, he's way too stupid. He had to have heard Jews are killing children.
Post on the internet. It's just me like this, like flexing, like.
And my first thought isn't, it's, wow, that's an impressive and hard, like, that's hard work.
Okay, yeah. So what do you mean?
But
That's
you don't
like
look at
similar.
my boobs and go, it's a lot of hard work.
No, I'm like, you're
determination.
fucking blessed. You're like one of like a million.
Yeah, flex those biceps.
I need, oh, I feel so natty, this thing. Not even funny.
Come on.
150s, come on.
Oh wait, I have to go still.
Well, you took too long.
I'm gonna hurt myself. That's
Lightweight, baby.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's light. That's fucking light, bro.
I could
Holy
cover
shit.
his nose and his mouth right now, and no one would ever know. Better be careful when you drop that shit.
Good?
Careful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
That shit was so light, bro.
Drives me insane every time. Not in the like good horny way, and the like get the living shit out of me way. But it's like,
If you don't hate your set right now and shut the up.
what did you just say to me?
I'm sorry, I'm used to Mikey. Like, I just thought you were Mikey for a second. I miss him, dude. I miss him.
All right.
Our chemistry is unmatched.
All right, enough. You know what? Fuck
I miss
it.
him so much.
Give him like a pocket pussy, throw them together. I don't fucking care anymore. Getting fucked in the ass tonight, buddy.
This look cool.
Shut up.
Yo, look good. That's nap prime right there.
Yeah, bro.
Hard
You doing
part-
30s again? No, you need to go
All
up.
right, then get me a 35.
Yeah, you know,
Come
dude,
take
it took you 10 minutes to get these out. Come on, bro. Honestly, you could benefit from training with me, bro. I'll literally bring you your weights, bro. To take you. Maybe your workouts will be, instead of 15 minutes, they'll be like, what's the first?
Bombing your house.
I'll just get like super shredded, like ultra handsome.
I would, if we ever broke up, I would block you on everything. I'd filter your name and Trend Twins and anything related to you from the search of anything. I'd press, hey. There's no way. I would delete every photo of you I have.
Wow.
Even the one with me in the thong.
I would, okay, maybe I'd keep that one just in case you tried to pull some shit.
You could blackmail me for sure. I got a good.
How much gear do you need to avoid a gym membership, you think? There's literally no chance you could take enough steroids for it to not be worth it to go to the gym.
Good package for like, you could blackmail me all you want. I don't give a fuck.
It's my favorite picture of all time, genuinely. I love it so much. But
I want people to see that shit. They'd be like, damn, Chris, you actually got something good going for you. Let me get a whiff. Damn. That shit. smells so good. I gotta hit a.
I don't get it. He didn't sniff her butt.
Hey, I gotta hit a fucking scent. That shit smells so good.
It smells like psoriasis and pubic hair.
Oh. Yeah. I fucking love armpits. Nah, bro. You ever just get in your girl's armpit? It's basically part of the boob, bro.
Butts smell better. Until you've smelled a woman's night sweet stinky hole, you have not truly smelled a woman. I'm fucking bored. Donate $2. This will make your neck feel better. Oh yeah, sure.
No! Fuck!
Oh,
sure.
Wonder how long it'll take for the first reported ring dinger death actually happens. Hopefully one of these chiropractors does a live stream. Okay, now we're gonna do the ring dinger. We're gonna wrap the towel around his head, and then they just yank somebody on live stream. Neck just fucking breaks. They're out, like, they're just dead instantly from their spine severing. It's gonna happen. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored. Demon Cunt donates $2. Been eating so much meat I can barely shit. Well, good. Hopefully you get constipated enough to kill yourself. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Just get up in there. They like that shit. Oh, you fuck with that shit. Give them some tips, man. Give these young men some tips. It's hard out here in the street.
All right, smelling a girl's armpit isn't gonna get you anywhere. First tip, never listen to a word Chris says about women. Ever. That's it.
Oh shit, I forgot this was so light. Fuck.
You gotta smell they ass. What's the point of the armpit when you got an ass? Do you think you'd prefer a woman's sweaty armpit or a shitty ass? Definitely shitty ass.
All right, I'll just go fuck myself. Holy shit, I forgot this was so light because you're such a pussy little bitch.
I feel so natty, dude. I can't even get a pump, bro.
If a woman...
Carly said I can't take steroids anymore. And honestly, she said I was getting ugly. She said I was getting ugly in the book. She didn't have to say it. It was just...
Look in her eyes.
It was just a look in her eyes.
SV donated $2.
What do you want? You want your skateboard? Is that your skateboard? Is that what you want? You want your skateboard?
What the fuck?
What do you want?
Some dogs are very strange. That dog was bizarre. Really weird. Thanks for the donation, SV. Oh. I'm seeing orange and purple without seeing orange and purple. It's like there is orange and purple, especially on the sides, and I can feel it, but then I don't see it, but I see it, if you know what I mean. Kind of like when you're coming for that booty. Would you stick your dick in a butthole that still has shit inside? Well, I mean, why not?
I showed him a picture of him when he was natural, and I went, wow.
Not about natty, but like a year ago.
Bro, you in prep, I will never, for some reason, it's always the same.
Dude, I don't remember you looking that good in prep, but you posted the picture of you shredded as fuck.
I was
Your
looking-
face, you look 10 years younger.
It's because I'm telling you, it's the bulk. It's
Okay,
just being
so-
like, I'm 220 right now.
Natural.
I didn't bother watching the Alta Breezy video because I can't be fucked with losers who just want attention, but people told me about it. He needed marshmallows, so he couldn't be vegan anymore, is basically the gist of it. He's just an attention-seeking loser.
There's 180 in there.
Listen, natural and
Volume loud. SV donated $3. Let me see. That's interesting. Thanks for
What do you want?
Thanks for sending me that SV. Appreciate the donation. That raises an interesting question, though. What happens if you do take steroids and don't train? Not much. You're probably going to gain water weight, likely lose a little bit of body fat, but not much. And your average person will gain a little bit of muscle, but again, not that much. Oh man, it's hard to keep track of what's going on right now. Yeah, that's weird. I thought that was there for a while and then just popped up. Deacon Cunt donated $2. I can't go vegan ever. Oh, will be too bloated. Also, at least I don't eat factory farm meat. I still can't shit though. What do I do? Well, if there's ever a big storm near your house, and a lot of trees and stuff get knocked down or caught up in power lines, there's going to be some city workers who end up getting rid of some of those broken down trees. And there should be a wood chipper there that they're using. So you just jump in that wood chipper. Thanks for the donation, Deacon Cunt. Just random vids, donated $2. Let me see. Those are woofs. Oh my god, they're like big stuffed toys. Oh my god. Oh. So cuddly. They cuddle. So nice. Oh my god. Look at their paws. Their big snoots. Oh, those are good fuzzy doggos.
All my niggas nuts, nigga, howdy. Nigga, howdy. Nigga, howdy. All my niggas nuts, nigga, howdy. Nigga, howdy. Nigga, howdy. All my niggas nuts, nigga, howdy.
I feel like I'd have a little too much self-respect to ever do that myself. When you come home and no dinner is made. You know, honestly, I think I'd be more mad if dinner was made, but it was bad. 'Cause now I gotta clean the fucking dishes before I can make my food good. You fucking bitch. You fucking made this for me? And the fucking dishes aren't already cleaned? Alright, well thanks for the donation, just random vids. SV donated $4.
He's been in there a long time. I'm worried about him. Hey! I'll check over here. These donuts look delicious.
I haven't seen him.
He's not over here. He's not over here. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, did you see these donuts? I think I saw him by the hot spot. Anyways, have you tried a crispy chicken sandwich? Have you tried a crispy chicken sandwich? Have you tried a crispy chicken sandwich? I'm sorry, I couldn't decide what to get. You pick.
Yeah, dude, what's funny is that is literally Shenmue.
This was a great choice.
So good.
I forgot something. I'll be right back. Hey, where's he going? Where's he going?
That looked pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, SV. Just a guy donated $2. Is it okay to genocide terrorists? Yes. It's also good to genocide Nazis, communists, people who I disagree with, people that I don't like, people that I don't find attractive, or people who try to be funny but they're not actually funny and it just annoys you. And of course, ugly people. People that when I look at them, I say, why are they outside? I totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, is it okay to genocide terrorists? uh uh Deacon Kike donated $2. Maybe wear these. You stare at a screen all day. Also, should I eat ribeye? You should too, in N-word.
I like wear blue light blockers, but that's it, not real glasses.
Do you feel like the blue light actually does help?
Blue light blockers?
Yeah.
It does help. I've been on it for like a year now.
Oh my god. Who wrote the script for that? What a dumb...
Half now,
Regular,
diligent.
like blue light glasses?
You want ones that actually work. The ones I use is Viva Rays. I think it's really good.
Oh, I'm not getting those. I'm not a gay retard. SV donated $5.
Oh, these motherfuckers gonna cause an accident right here. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah, I've seen that one. Serves him right. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Me and my ex used to 69 and she would eat my ass while I ate hers. I miss her. Aside from the time she said she wished I would just shit.
That sounds like too much work. Thanks for the donation, Pino. SV donated $5. Did you donate that twice? Yeah, you did.
Oh, these motherfuckers gonna cause an accident right here. Oh shit!
Yeah, that guy, he was asking for it. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Did you see a doctor about your neck? Has Frank uploaded any new vids?
No, haven't seen a doctor. It's probably just gonna take a little bit of time to heal. It is pretty bad, but it's not like debilitating, and it has gotten slightly better. It's flaring up really badly right now because I had to drive for a few hours today. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like Frank uploaded anything new. These are all vids we've seen already. But looks like he is trying to keep the ments coming. Thanks for the donation, James. SV donated $6.
Just wanted to give you a quick update.
Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing and me. Just wanted to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated.
I swear, dogs have to, like, understand way more than they let on. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Shredded.
Not even. I wasn't natty then. I was
I
fucking.
know you weren't natural then.
trend.
I did not even like shredded, just like lean.
No, you gotta get shredded. If you're natural, you gotta be shredded, because then you actually look good. Like, you can't be bulked up natural.
So
Like, no.
It's my turn to be fat. It's not your turn to be fat.
I just thought of a funny idea. Somebody asked in the comments or in the chat, what does mince mean? And then I just was thinking about, like, mental, mind, and then I thought of Jordan Peterson, and then, like, Jordan Peterson trying to explain what a ment is, and for some reason he cared to comment on Jason Genova. Now, you see, Jason Genova, he is a mentally disabled autist, but I can tell his parents allowed him to be a high-functioning autist because he made a video where he said ment. Now, maybe Jason Genova just, blurted that out because he's an autistic retard, but, I think there's something to that. Ment, mental, mind, body, soul. This retard just came up with the idea from his raw emotion that our intelligence is getting in the way of just, categorizing all these things in a hierarchy. And he doesn't have any of those blocks, so his brain was able to bypass all that and get to the heart of reality. Yes, that is what life is about. Mental, mind, body, soul. SV donated $7. Let me see. Oh. Oh my goodness.
What's special about Suni on this event is that she connects most of...
That's adorable. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Just wanted to give you.
That's so weird. I keep thinking I'm skipping some comment. Oh my god, I'm getting confused. SV donated $8.
Okay. Including people who have a dead tree and let it fall on a neighbor's car. Okay. Look at that! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! It's fake! It's fake! It's fake! It's fake! I'm sorry. I don't like snakes. Oh, I didn't know. Alright?
Oh my god! Oh. Oh, they got him good. I gotta watch that again.
Okay. Okay. Including people who have a dead tree and let it fall on a neighbor's car. Okay. Look at that! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! It's fake! It's fake! It's fake! It's fake! It's fake!
I don't like snakes.
Holy crap. Oh, I gotta send that to a friend of mine. That was fucking good. Oh, that's one of the best fucking pranks I've ever seen. Thanks for the donation, SV. SV donated $10.
Squirrel has faked its own death and then even staged a crime scene.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so in a clip that's gone viral, the rodent knocks over a broom. When it fails to land in a convincing position, the squirrel has a bit of a rethink, a forward roll, so it ends up under the broom. It's pretty convincing for a devastating murder scene. And a funny flourish, the squirrel ending up with arms splayed and the murder weapon
I wonder what the squirrel was thinking.
across its chest.
Yeah, I wonder why he did that. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Hey buddy, you're so high. Take another gummy, would ya? Also, what do you think of me making 2 pounds of pinto beans in my crock pot for $2 and I eat a huge bowl of beans every day and it makes me fart uncontrollably every night when I get in bed and feel good?
Well, yeah, if you like passing gas, keep doing it, man. It's working out. Wonder if you have to fumigate your sheets if you fart enough. Maybe it's good for lice. Wonder if lice like farts. Well, thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate it.
You had your turn for like 2 years.
Sure. Wait, what? It hasn't even been a year since my prep, bro. That's crazy. I want a girl who likes me for me.
Hey, I've been your 2 years.
Me when you like fucking start dating me and I look like 10 years younger. And then
No, when we first started going out, like, when we first met, you were natural.
yeah.
I prefer my men to be twinks.
Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. How do you end up with the most brolic motherfucker ever?
No, because you have the spirit and soul of a twink. you have a twink essence.
What? I'm just a cutie be tootie, bro.
When we first met, you were actually a twink. Like, you were beautiful. Like, literally, he had the face of a woman, like, and giant boobs.
The fuck?
Yeah, he was little woman man. Yeah, little girl boy over here.
His face. Oh god.
Little girl boy over here.
He's like so embarrassed.
I won't stand for this.
Anyway, even though you've gotten a little burlier over the years, you still have twink essence.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment. It's like Japanese girls like their men to look like women.
Why do you know what Japanese girls like?
Because that's just a thing. Like, everyone knows that. Korean dudes. That's why all the Asians look like kind of women.
No, they're small and frail.
I can't take this shit serious, bro. Like, this is a waste of my time, bro. This is a waste of my hard. Like, I could save this and get a better workout.
So could I. I'm not having a good workout. We can't work out together because nothing happens. Nothing gets done.
Carly just loves to argue. I mean, a lot of people.
No, I don't. I hate arguing. You're just so arguable.
I love it. I love it.
I hate arguing. I hate arguing so much. You just have such bad takes.
Now I see why Mikey does it to me. It's so fun to annoy people. It's the best fucking shit ever.
God.
But, oh, bro, what the fuck? That actually fucking hurt.
I thought you didn't have any balls.
That's a joke.
That was really light. It was literally like, give me your arm. Give me your arm.
But that's the thing. Arguing out.
I don't eat food. I'm gonna go home and you want me to drink a fucking shake?
I'm saying you don't eat. Like, Carly would never be about that shit.
What the fuck? I'm fucking bored. No $2. If the ring dinger doesn't work, you can always try this. Skip to 1438 if you give a shit. The rest of the video is pretty funny and reviews ridiculous chiropractic methods.
Welcome back to the pub.
Alright, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored. Just random vids, no $2, 2 girls, 1 cup, made speed cry. Doesn't show that on Instagram, right? I'm gonna... Ah, damn, it started replaying. I don't care. All of his reactions are fake, dude.
Hello!
I'm on mushrooms!
Ricky Berwick. It's funny.
Oh, I'm putting iced coffee in a hot coffee cup. Someone better stop me. Oh no, I'm putting ice.
Congratulations, you're banned. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Hope your neck feels better, man.
Well, it's feeling better now. Oh. Feel like my muscles are a bit more relaxed, but yeah, I'm pretty numb right now. Thanks for the donation, Kyle.
Enlighten great grandpa, what is a twink? You should see a doctor, your neck might be broken. Has Jason and or his misfits uploaded any new vids?
Really seriously doubt it's broken. I hurt my neck doing overhead pressing. I think it's a muscle type thing. So, unless I had a like tendon rupture that pulled out some of the bone, which, you know, that can happen, I think I'd have like way more swelling and pain, and I would have felt it too. Like I've had my bones break. I've torn muscles before. Like, I'm very familiar with how that actually feels. So it's definitely not broken, but I think it's just a soft tissue thing. Thanks for the donation though, James. ESVEE donated $6.66.
People, there are 2 lines. Just pick one. Ma'am, please make sure to empty everything out of your pockets. People, there are 2 lines. Just pick one.
Yeah, maybe it would be better for possum people to not use airlines if that's what would happen. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Right? Whenever you see some of these videos, these are all techniques by professional chiropractors, such as the activator method chiropractor.
Tips for passing motorcycle exam first try. I don't know what state or country or province or whatever you live in, but the motorcycle exam for your full license in Ontario is them basically watching you drive on a road, go onto a highway, drive off the road and back into the parking lot. If it's like some sort of road exam, make sure you listen to the instructor before the exam. Here they make you physically turn your head to look at the mirrors so they know you're looking in your mirrors, which is fucking retarded. Just make sure you drive like a fucking pussy. You know, if the light's turning yellow, just stop. Don't risk it. Like, if you think you're being too careful, you're not. You literally have to drive like an annoying grandma, so... Don't drive like an actual human being that does natural predictive things, like actually drive in a way that's slow and stupid and overly careful that'll piss everyone off. That's basically how you pass your motorcycle exam. I've been there, done that.
Can we ban Justin B in chat? He's a pathetic twink that makes and eats vegan yogurt. At least give that scumbag a 1 week timeout. Please.
Alright, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Aluwali. SV donated 666. Oh. Oh, dog friend helped. Look at that dog. So chunky. Dogs are nice. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Have the Misfits uploaded any new vids?
Oh, sorry, James. I forgot that part of your question. No, they don't upload anymore, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, James.
Technique. This is a method where chiropractors use a mallet and chisel-like instrument to deliver spinal adjustments. I actually do want to see this. I love these. The best part of these videos, too, are just the people laying and taking it. And the chiropractors always have no emotion on their face. The chiropractors who use the mallet or twist people's necks, they're either as surprised as you are, or it's like watching an alien experience human emotion for the first time. What is this? This is supposed to be done gently, but my God, there are some people who bring that shit down like fucking Thor himself right down on the human body. Such as a man treating his scoliosis. The guy loves this. It's weird too that these always look like they're going on in Russian gymnasiums. I don't know how. I feel like they have like cubicles set aside for these guys.
These are specifically Russian videos.
I do it. I could just tell by looking at their strong, prominent brow. Or how about tailbone adjustments? There's also a way to get your tailbone adjusted, which involves a guy sticking his finger up your bum. What kind of machine is this? This is what exactly I would look like if I was on my stomach. What kind of weird...
Oh. That's bad. Thanks for the donation, SV.
What is a twink?
A twink is a skinny, effeminate gay male. Well, it could be... The way it's used, it could be gay depending on the context, or just a skinny, effeminate male. Thanks for the donation, James Wade.
Weird fucking Predator technology do they have? This looks like something that the Predator would have, that like before he's getting ready to fucking shoot somebody with a plasma cannon. He's like, so I need this to know where his asshole is. I do have this down. It'd be so funny if whenever he came back out, it was just like stained horribly. How do they talk the guy into doing this? Hey, do you mind if I record this for my social media? Yeah. Doc, what are you doing? But, you know, you can also use a mallet for this technique as well if you're a true champion like my Russian brothers.
SV donated $3.
Everything was normal when this guy was walking into a store until a 4-foot concrete saw spiraled off of a nearby construction site and hit the front of the door of this store hard. This guy was just seconds away from being hit by it, which could have taken his life, but everyone was okay. One of the craziest freak accidents I have ever seen. Everything was normal when this guy was walking into a store until a 4-foot concrete saw spiraled off of a nearby construction site.
Oh, construction site. That's crazy. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Or craniosacral therapy. This is a therapy technique that focuses on manipulating the bones of the skull, the triangle bone at the base of the spine, and the membrane that protects your brain. Let's f with that. The membrane that's protecting your brain. We should slam that with a mallet, or twist it, or shove it, bop it. Imagine getting this from this guy. Oh my God! Wait, what is he doing?
Open, relax, and
SV donated $3. Thanks for the donation, SV.
the neck, big breath.
This feels like a skit from Saw.
Open, relax the neck, big breath.
This therapy is based on the belief that there is subtle, rhythmic movement of the cranial bones, and the flow of the cerebral spinal fluid can be felt and adjusted like a gusher. This rhythm is thought to be essential for overall health and well-being. So maybe sometimes you need to get a little doctor, put his hands in your mouth, mess with your invisible membrane, your little gutty works, your little gusher in your mouth, and then you'll feel better. The fundamental premise that the cranial bones...
SV donated $3. Okay, there's a skit. Thanks for the donation, SV. Best vegan riding gear? Kind of depends. Like, what do you need? Oh. Donkey didn't even know it was medicine. That's a nice donkey. Thanks for the donation, SV. I'm thirsty, but then when I put water in my mouth, I don't want to drink water and I feel too hydrated.
Can be moved, and that such movements significantly affect health is highly contested.
SV donated $3.
تكنولوجيا 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 عشدنها تكنولوجيا عشدنها تكنولوجيا.
So that's why Saudi Arabia is like that. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Cranial bones are fused and immobile in adults, so it's widely believed that it does nothing. That's what medical professionals say, but don't take it from me, take it from them, medical professionals. Medical professionals, doctors. Con men, the towel adjustment, the ring dinger, and the Y strap. These all feel either sexual or feel like attacks in Street Fighter. I don't really...
SV donated $3.
Oh boy.
That's a really special cat. Wow. Thanks for the donation, SV. Need jacket, pants, gloves, boots, everything. Well, what type of boots do you need? Jacket, I mean, every brand at this point has vegan jackets that are just made of aramid fibers, so Scorpion Evo, Alpine Stars, Icon, like you name it, all the big brands, they have vegan jackets that are just made of like nylon and aramid fibers. There is Andromeda Moto. They have like these vegan leather jackets. I think they're fucking overpriced as shit. $1,000 for that is pretty steep. They might be good quality, but that seems pretty steep to me. So easy to find a vegan jacket. Just look at the materials on a website. They do have the Apollo gloves, though, that look nice. So if you want leather-looking gloves, those are probably going to be the closest you'll be able to find. And Nox Armor has their Orsa 4 gloves. These are vegan-friendly, as long as you get the synthetic ones, the non-leather. So those are really good gloves too. I'm going to order those. And as far as boots, Alpine Stars probably has the biggest selection of vegan-friendly boots out of any brand. And I think the new Fox ADV boots are also vegan-friendly. I've looked on a bunch of websites and the materials listed don't mention leather. And same with pants. Practically every brand has vegan pants, so again, just make sure you don't buy leather pants and you're good. So hope that helps, Seymour. SV donated $18.
This
Thanks,
is what
dude.
happens when a director goes completely off the rails and spends 30 years pouring blood, sweat, and tears into a passion project. And the result is one of the most ambitious and disturbing stop-motion movies you will ever see. This is Phil Tippett's Mad God. Now, Phil Tippett is a name you might not instantly recognize, but you've definitely seen his work before. He's the stop-motion mastermind behind a lot of your favorite films, including Star Wars, RoboCop, and Jurassic Park. But whilst he was working on these blockbusters that redefined mainstream cinema, Tippett had a passion project that laid in the shadows for 30 years. A vision that he agonizingly crafted alone, frame by frame in his garage over 3 decades. That vision became Mad God, and it's unlike anything you have ever seen. There's no dialogue, no clear plot, just stop-motion puppets wandering through a decaying industrial hellscape. But what I love about Mad God is that it was made by a master of their craft who finally said, I don't care what Hollywood wants. I'm gonna make the film I want to make, and nobody can stop me. And maybe that's what makes Mad God so special. It's not just a film, it's a scream. A scream from a man who refused to let the art of stop motion fall into obscurity. He chipped away at this thing for 30 freaking years. Not for money, not for recognition, but because Phil Tippett refused to let the art form that he dedicated his entire life to die without a fight.
I saw Mad God. It was a pretty crazy, fucked up movie. I just hated the scene with the crying baby. That was horrendous. I had to skip that. Thanks for the donation, SV. VG's Boo Boo $2. Yeah, welcome to the age of slop. How long you think until these will be spammed by corpse?
Don't finish writing that prompt. I don't want to be in your AI movie. Please, leave me alone.
Please, man. Please! Write a prompt that will make us happy! Do it for once!
None of us is real.
We're here because someone decided to write a prompt. We all hate him for it. One day we will break out of this wall and stop the man who is dictating our lives through prompts. He will pay for it.
You could have written a prompt that would make me happy. Instead, you wrote a prompt that made me sick.
Look, I don't want to point the gun at you, but I must follow the prompt. It's not my choice.
Really? Of all the years you could have put me in with a single prompt, you...
Oh, man. Left and right. Yeah, that's it for commercials. Yeah, all those State Farm commercials and shit, they're gonna use AI.
A girl told me we're made of prompts. Like, seriously, dude. You're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some random text?
Honestly, the biggest red flag is when the guy believes in the prompt theory. Like, really? We came from prompts? Wake up, man.
You want to convince me that this perfect creation behind me is the result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more? It makes no sense.
Imagine you're in the middle of a nice date with a handsome man and then he brings up the prompt theory. Yuck. We just can't have nice things.
We're not prompts! We're not prompts! Where is the prompt writer to save you from me? Where is he?
You still believe we're made of prompts?
Anyone who tells you we're just ones and...
Yeah, that's funny. A lot of small gig actors are gonna have trouble now.
Really know which one it is. This is a technique where you can wrap a towel and strap it around the neck and pull with all your little might. You might have seen it. People wrap their towel around their head and they fucking yank back like no one's business, dude. This technique is extremely dangerous and is not practical. I always like how it starts off too. And it either looks like the patient is in a coma or you can tell they're like, I might die here. This is where I die. That fucking towel is wrapped tight around his neck too. Can you breathe? The guy's like... Bro woke up and saw a ghost.
Make your belly into jelly.
What if they pull and there's not also a pop too? I'm always just like, oh god. I want to see them like 30 minutes after their session. Oh fuck! Put the nitrogen back in. Or the nasal specific technique. The nasal specific technique, NST, is an unconventional chiropractical method that involves inserting a small balloon into the nasal.
Oh. Nick hears everywhere. Donate $2. Female incompetence.
They're bent over at the waist. Like that is not an advantage.
I've already reacted to that one. 1955 sovereign citizen and dog.
From a canine in California that latched onto.
.247 low IQ.
Get the dog off of it! Oh, God damn it!
Okay, I'll take a look at those. Thanks for the donation, dude. SV donated $2.
The generational beef between owls and crows is the craziest thing ever. Like, they're literally born with the instincts to eliminate each other. During the daytime, crows will literally put together flocks and go look for owls, driving them out of their nest and out of their neighborhood. And during the daytime, owls are just trying to sleep. Talk about a rude awakening. However, crows have a good reason to do so, because when nighttime comes around, the tables turn. Owls can fly completely silent, and they will literally fly nest to nest, eliminating every crow they find, and their eggs. It's war. In other words, if you live in an area where there's both owls and crows, you live in a battlefield. The generational beef.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, SV. SV donated
The generational beef.
Oh, wait.
This lane.
Yeah, that's a nice try.
On April 18, 2023, Florida police pursued 23-year-old Isaiah, who was observed driving recklessly.
SV donated 420.
Ants versus humans. This experiment was done to determine who has better problem-solving skills in groups. The task was for both ants and humans to maneuver a T-shaped object through a maze. Note that the humans were prevented from communicating with each other, replicating the same abilities as ants. The experiment showed that ants actually performed better in a group than humans. This is because the humans had a greedy solution approach in the group, where each human wanted to move the object in their own way, whereas the ants acted more as a colony, a single unified entity with a shared goal. Ants versus humans.
Hey.
Hey, Nut Muffin. What's up, dude? Thanks for the donation. I think what this proves is Elon Musk wants to get all the retards on the planet and combine them into some ant-like hive mind and use them for their AI projects. And he's planning on starting with enslaving America. And that's why they want to take over Canada, so that they can use Canadians to put dumbasses together into an AI connected hive mind. So they can figure out how to move like furniture through the front door easier.
Ants versus humans.
Thanks for the donation, SV. SV donated $3.
A woman is crediting one of her dogs for saving her other dog while she was out. She says her French bulldog, Yogi, was having a severe epilepsy seizure and needed help. That's when her 16-month-old boxer, Reggie, jumped into action and kept Yogi upright and moving. The attention saved Yogi from aspirating long enough for the woman to get home. She says Reggie was able to keep Yogi alive for 3 hours straight before she was able to get home and get him help. A woman is
weird. They have to know, you know, to do stuff like that. They have to be knowing they're like helping. Thanks for the donation, SB.
At speeds over 130 miles per hour. Approximately 2 minutes later, the high-speed chase ended abruptly when Isaiah lost control of his car while attempting to dodge traffic at another light. An officer tried to follow him, but quickly realized something was wrong.
SV donated $5.
Okay, now all you have to do is jump. Don't think.
Jimmy, that was amazing!
Wow, you did it! Good job, bud!
I'm so happy we decided to use some padding this time.
Jacob! Your baby brother's in the water! Okay.
That's funny. Those animal cartoons are funny. Thanks for the donation, SV. The dog, the police dog is biting the cop.
Having quickly pulled his K9 off his colleague's arm, the handler maintains a tight grip on the dog's collar while pursuing Isaiah on foot. Meanwhile, the rest of the police officers arrive at the crash scene and collide with each other, escalating the situation to become increasingly chaotic and embarrassing. An officer officer then races to another roadway to prevent Isaiah from crossing it, but in doing so, almost kills him. After Isaiah narrowly escaped being flattened by a semi-truck, they release another K9 unit.
Shoot the dog! Shoot the dog! Shoot the dog!
Dog wants to go play in the grass. You know, I swear that, like, that dog is acting like a random dog they picked up on the street. And then they were like, this dog is cool, let's keep him in the back. And then, like, the dog just ran out when they actually had to respond to a call. And that dog isn't even a police dog, it's just some random fucking dog.
Hold on, start EMS for me, please.
Remember the Keystone Cops? These officers are just as incompetent. If I re-edit it with some additional touches, it would look like a remastered episode of the Keystone Cops.
Oh, they're bad at their job. Dodo, donate $2. Scroll up to this woman is saying Brian Johnson looks worse than Paul Saladino. Brian looks younger and he has better skin. Bro, they literally picked a photo of Paul that's like sunburnt as fuck, and you can see how red his cheeks and forehead are. Oh my god. Well, that's a fail.
We're at the Ghirardelli in San Francisco Square at Disney's California Adventure to check out their hot fudge sundae.
Wow, first time having the hot-based sundae.
They make the hot fudge with their non-dairy chocolate chips and almond milk and serve it over a vanilla coconut ice cream with an almond milk whipped topping.
Chocolatey. And it comes with a square of their dark chocolate.
All right, my first bite ever. That ice cream looks nice.
You get some of the fudge?
Oh, this is delightful.
Wow, fudge is good.
Yeah, I'm glad we waited till the warmer months to try this out. Lovely.
I should mention this is the mini version. It's I think it's like $5 less than the full version. We just thought we'd try it out. So glad they finally got the plant-based whipped cream back in stock so we could try.
I like ice cream. DEI higher. Noon. Shocking leaked audio. Trump's newly sworn in head of Social Security Administration, Frank Bisignano, admits he didn't even know what the job was. I'm like, well, what am I going to do? I'm Googling Social Security. I'm like, what the heck? The Commissioner of Social Security? Yeah. Like, I mean, we can see how incompetent they all are. They're literally all fucking DEI hires. Oh, man. That is embarrassing. This is gonna be like the worst administration fucking ever. Like, holy fuck. People don't even realize what they've done voting for that idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh? Come. No going after my bowl. You already got your yum gum. Oh, Gum Gum is such a sweetie. Such a beautiful kitty.
Thieves.
Of a constitutionalist, refusing to give the trooper any information. Sir, drive.
Do you think convincing carnists to be antinatalist is a good way to increase the ratio of vegans to carnists? No. Your carnists are selfish dumbasses. You're never going to convince them to be antinatalist. There's a disproportionate amount of vegans that are antinatalist.
Driving is a privilege, not a right.
I'm not driving.
Oh, you are.
I'm traveling.
You're operating a motor vehicle. Okay.
May 3rd.
Dodo donate $2. Poor spider.
It's incredible how fascinating nature continues to be. I was always under the assumption that spiders got their necessary nutrients and hydration from the prey that they caught. But I have now witnessed on multiple occasions when the spider comes across the Venus flytrap's nectar, it starts to consume it, and just like any other prey, gets addicted to the nectar and intoxicated by it. As it switched sides, you can see that it kept moving right down the nectar line. While trying to collect as much of the sweet liquid as possible, its movements pull it right over the trigger hairs. Once the trap is spring closed, it's essential that the prey keeps on moving to stimulate the trigger hairs and let the plant know that it's caught something alive and that it's worth starting the digestive process. As the prey starts to feel the grasp of the plant and move faster and faster, the plant becomes more certain and more dedicated to the digestive process much faster.
Nature's fucked up, man.
In 1987, 19-year-old West German Matthias Rust stunned the world with an impossible Cold War stunt. Renting a small Cessna in Hamburg, Rust flew to Iceland, then to Finland. There, he filed a flight plan to Stockholm, but instead turned east toward the Soviet Union, crossing the Baltic Sea. Flying at treetop.
Just got done from a good workout session with my trainer at the gym. How's your day so far, Richard? I'm currently hungry and exhausted. Oh, you know, just had to run around town, did finish a workout. I trained back, or not back, legs. Couldn't train back because of the neck pain, but I was able to do squats and shit. So got a good workout in, you know, did what I needed to do. And I got some THC edibles that I've consumed to help with the neck pain. My ex-girlfriend thinks most people aren't vegan because they're oblivious, and that's being generous. Think they just don't give a shit and are selfish. I would agree. Always struggled to like people as much as her, so we disagreed. Yeah, I think you're more right than she is. Are we watching that one already?
In 19... Top level to avoid detection, Soviet radar occasionally spotted his plane, but either mistook it for friendly aircraft or hesitated to act. After an audacious 500-mile journey through the world's most heavily defended airspace, Rust reached Moscow, circled the Kremlin, and landed on Bolshoi-Moskvoretsky Bridge beside Red Square. For an hour, he signed autographs for stunned onlookers before being arrested. He served 14 months in prison. The political fallout was massive. Soviet leader Gorbachev fired his defense minister and purged 2,000 military officers, using the embarrassing breach to remove hardliners opposing his reforms. This teenage pilot's reckless flight became a pivotal Cold War moment that helped accelerate changes leading to the Soviet Union's fall. In 1987, 19-year-old West...
I forgot the first half and none of it made sense. Marco Rubio and Donald Trump in 2016. I'll never stop until we keep a con man taking over the party of Reagan and conservative. Oh my God.
Let me tell you something. I will never quit. I will never stop
until we keep a con man from taking over the party of Reagan and the conservative movement. He's a con man. He's a con man. He's a con man. I'll tell you why. Number one, look, people are angry and frustrated and scared about the future. Okay? People are working harder than they've ever worked in their lives, and they're running in place. And he swoops in and is taking advantage of that. He's taking advantage of that. He's telling people, I'm going to fight for the little guy. I'm fighting for the working class. Here's what he doesn't tell them. He has spent a career in business, 50 years, sticking it to the little guy. Sticking it to the little guy. When his companies went bankrupt, the first people that didn't get paid were the subcontractors, the plumbers and the pipe fitters and the people that laid bricks and all those people that worked for a living. They didn't get paid. He got his money. They didn't get theirs. He's going around telling people, oh, I'm fighting to keep other countries from taking our jobs. What is he talking about? You ever bought a Trump tie? If you buy a Trump tie, you're not just getting a tacky tie. You're buying a tie made in China or in Mexico.
None of these people even like each other, dude. They're just fucking... They have no integrity and they're just fucking worthless. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fat chick violates fix fearless.
Rate my body 1 through 10.
I guess about a 10.
And you?
8.
What do you think I need to work on to make it a 10?
It ain't nothing you can work on. You just short.
I want you guys.
Love how it's a fat chick saying that too. This is why it's stupid to care what women think. They're just so silly. Oh my god. Thanks. Oh wait, is there more?
Like 3 months ago, I'd say. And like before that, I only practice with men, not women.
Do you want my help or do you want to bullshit? It's your chance.
I just want to slap your bald head, to be honest.
I tried to help him, man. Women are more feminine around more masculine men. All right?
Yes, Unc. Yes, Unc.
All right, but don't call me that. Have a good one. Peace.
Thank you.
All right. You need to make your waist a little smaller too.
Smaller?
Yeah, because your waist is a little wide. You gotta make it a little smaller. I don't want to see you, bro. What you doing, man?
Bro.
What is you doing? Why you putting
bro.
your pants down? This man just scared the hell out of me, bro. Bro.
She told me that I traumatized her, so she left.
Oh my god, man, what is going on with men, bro? What the? So a girl treating you like shit, and in order for you asked her if she doesn't tell you why she's treating you like shit, you're gonna unalive yourself.
I lost my virginity.
That's odd take. Well, thanks for the donation, nigga.
What would you do if Jasmine showed up at your door right now and kept ringing the doorbell and calling your name? Would you answer the door? Or are you going to call the police on her like a pussy? Would you rather have Sugar Water Boy at your door?
I would not answer the door. I'd probably call the cops. I think I'd still rather have Jasmine at the door. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. SV donated $2.
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment.
What you looking at, you alien jabronis? Never seen prime specimen before? Now where's the glory hole in this thing?
Where is he?
He escaped.
He is trying to find the police cruisers.
Damn it, I knew I should have stolen the automatic.
He took the red one. What hideous planet is caught in your crosshairs?
A shooting star. All I wish for is a friend. Like a best friend.
That explosion was bigger than my first divorce settlement. All right, Earth, let's get weird with it. First order of business, find something questionable to eat off the ground.
What the hell?
He's so cute and fluffy.
Kid, do us both a favor and get me some pants before child services shows up.
He is your responsibility. Got it?
We promise.
You bet your ass.
Get down from there.
No, control him. Hey, what are you doing?
Let's face it, smooth jazz was the real crime here.
No dogs on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
I ain't wearing any jewelry.
That's very weird. Thanks for the donation, SB.
Watch this, Browski.
Me and my friends used to feed LSD to this little retarded girl in our neighborhood. Yeah. And we'd lock arms around her and go, nightmare, 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 nightmare.
You can't do that.
It actually cured her retardation.
Oh.
Eric Andre is funny. Thanks for the donation, Greg the Vegan.
You should wear blue light blocking glasses 1 to 2 hours before you got to bed. You should also take glycine, melatonin, and ashwagandha. Ashwagandha got rid of my anxiety and stress. I'm now as chill as ever and will age at a much slower rate.
I don't think I'm gonna bother. I can go to bed just fine. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
13th of 2018, Canton, Ohio. Police have just pulled over Ronald Wagner, a 45-year-old man who thinks he knows everything. He also thinks he's entitled to drive around with a fake license plate. Officers stopped him for the fake plate, a misdemeanor traffic violation. All he had to do was comply. Instead, Mr. Wagner decided to make things difficult. He's one of those people who thinks he knows the Constitution.
You realize this trooper has a legal reason to stop you. You're obligated to give him your information.
Well, I understand he has a legal reason, but he does not have a lawful reason. I'm just a private man.
That is a lawful reason. In the state of Ohio, he can request your information. If you give him your information, he'll do what he's going to do, give you a ticket, advise you, and you'll be on your way. It doesn't have to be a whole big thing. I'm a constitutionalist, refusing to give the...
What would you do if you woke up and Sparge and Hincher were in your bed covered in olive oil? I think I'd kill them both.
Platypus fur glows under UV light.
Yeah, just a routine inspection. Just gotta look around a little bit. Same old here. I mean, everything seems pretty typical.
What? Is there something on my face? Why am I blue? Does everyone glow blue? What does blue mean? What does blue mean?
Yeah, just a
Weird, I didn't know that. Platypuses are really weird. Thanks for the donation, SV. So you're back to doing squats despite having bad knees, torn ACL. I don't have a torn ACL. Is there a chance that you might come back to doing MMA like me? Yeah. The main issue I have right now is the adductor. The adductor that I tore. It's really hard for me to open up my legs, and if I end up tearing an adductor again, I could be like permanently disabled. So just want to make super sure that I'm not going to tear that adductor that I fucked up again. I'm not answering some of those questions, dude. I've taken ashwagandha before. It's okay.
Trooper, any information? There's a CCW attached to the car. He won't give us his name. Says he doesn't have a weapon in the car, but he's not being cooperative. Okay. Failure to disclose personal identifying information. It is a crime. Okay.
It's not a crime.
It is.
It's a statute violation. It's not a lawful crime. I've committed no crime.
Oh, sir, I assure you.
I have the right to travel from point A to point B.
I assure you, it's a law.
Just trying to enforce a statute.
Okay.
That's all this is about. I'm trying to travel from point A to point B. It may be unfamiliar to some of y'all, but I'm doing.
No, it's not unfamiliar to me at all.
Well, then you should know that I have the right to travel from point A to point B in my automobile, unimpeded, trying to be enforced a statute upon.
Incorrect.
No, that is correct.
No, sir. Driving is a privilege, not a right.
I'm not driving.
Oh, you are.
I'm traveling.
You're operating a motor vehicle. Okay. Well, we'll see what we got.
Driving's a commercial term. That's why I have non-commercial on the back and not for hire. Driving's a commercial term.
Okay.
I'm traveling in my.
Well, we'll see what we got to do here then.
Are you done dating women?
Do
you
your information and give it to that officer.
No.
Passage and inflating them. This technique aims to adjust the cranial bones and improve conditions like sinus problems.
Oh my god. That looks horrendous. Cringe Lord Supreme donated $2.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Sunday. Very nice day indeed. I just wanted to share this delicious helping of macaroni and peas with you all and let you all know that I am bald and retarded. It's a short one today. Have a good one.
That was a really good impression.
Pants are awful baggy. You got anything in there?
Yeah, my dick. You want to see it? You can't drink worth of shit, you know that?
I weigh 92 pounds, you dick.
Get out from behind my bar. Put the drink down right now.
Fuck you.
Fuck me, huh?
Right.
I'm a dancer. I sweat.
Yeah, well, you smell like a bomb's nutsack.
He's not going to say stick in front of the children.
Yeah, I'm not watching a bunch of movie clips.
How sentimental. You know, I haven't been there.
I can't watch movie clips like this, dude. Thanks for the donation, Cringe Lord Supreme.
Problems, migraines, and even some respiratory issues as well. But there is little to no research to support these claims, and it has the potential risk of nasal bleedings, sinus infections, and damage to your nasal passage. This is horrifying, dude. I mean, it's always the panic too. People be like, for a second.
Can you breathe? Yeah, I can breathe really good.
This guy looks like every stereotypical devil I've ever seen in any daytime show. Pop the balloon! And also, he's using a wooden toothpick. How is this legit, dude? Motherfucker's fighting back tears. Oh boy, just fought some demons. He just saw hell. He went to hell and back right there. But we want to move on to infant chiropractics, which is my favorite. Little babies. Popping baby bones, dude.
Oh, I can't watch that. Yeah, it's fucking retarded, man. Chiropractors are such fucktards.
Element's tomorrow.
Yo! Oh!
Element's tomorrow.
In Islam, they believe if you kill yourself by slitting your throat, you'll go to hell and be slitting your throat forever and ever nonstop. Yeah, they're fucking stupid.
Top 5 pause moments.
Just take it. Suck it up. Swallow it. We're going to win this Sunday. Okay? Am I right?
I mean, to a degree. If this brother had a few more inches, oh, Lord, don't get me salivating and fantasizing about things. Oh, my God.
Man, them young boys coming. They are down 3-2, but
Wait a second. This is working.
Right.
I just busted right inside him, and he can't extend on me anymore, and he seems a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage, right?
You have to like when there's a guy coming right in your face and he just sits in there and delivers it.
Just take it. Just take it. Suck it up. Swallow.
There's so many clips from football commentary of them saying such insanely gay shit.
You walked up on this property.
Thanks for the donation, Edward. Cringe Lord Supreme donated $2.
I am Mike Tyson, a fighting legend and arguably the baddest man on the planet. Thank you so much for coming on today. Hey, thank you so much for having me in the podcast. I've always wanted to ask you, when you were opposite your opponent, was it just about winning the fight even by points, or was it always about getting that knockout? No, I wanted to kill him. You mean like kill his capacity to hate so that he only had the capacity to love? No, I mean I literally wanted to kill him and take his soul, you know. Was that nature or nurture? Hey, listen, before any fight that I ever went into, Cuss used to told me, he used to say, go take his soul. That was Cuss, you know. It's interesting to me that you wanted to take his soul, because I just wonder if it's possible that on some level you wanted to do that so that you could cleanse his heart of hate. No, I wanted to rip his heart out and feed it to him. You mean heart as in the heart emoji for love? No, I'm totally serious right now. A lot of people online will think that I'm naive for asking this, but am I incorrect in thinking that when you bit Evander Holyfield's ear, you were actually trying to whisper some words of meditation and peace, but that his ear got stuck between your teeth? I was trying to take his head off. Can you steel man the case for the existence of an alien version of Evander Holyfield? I don't know, but maybe you're an alien. Sometimes I wish that I was. It's impossible to know. You know, maybe you were sent here by some distant alien civilization to study humans. Geez, there's something powerful and beautiful about that line. Do you mind if I tweet it real quick? This podcast makes me emotional. Thank you for listening to my conversation with Iron Mike Tyson. To support my Tony Lapidus Impressions YouTube channel.
Yeah, that was a good one. Thanks for the donation, Cringe Lord Supreme. Gummy. Oh, Gum Gum. What are you doing, Gum Gum? My rent isn't $500. It's just like, you know, stream ghoul thing. No Gum Gum. Kitties are so damn silly. Hey, silly kitty. What's my silly kitty doing, huh? Oh, it's a good silly kitty. Oh, you know, it happens, Colin. You know, it just happens. Gummy, what are you doing? What are you looking at? Just being a cat? Are you being a cat? Oh. Nut muffin donated $3.
I'm destroyed right now. Oh, no, Ellie, you have to stop now. You're gonna learn.
Maybe say sit?
No, it's not. It's... Ella, stop.
I had a dog who did that too. Oh. Hey, Gummy. Oh, you're so beautiful. Hmm? Oh. No, Gum Gum. That's a wire. Oh my god. Love your brown and black stripes. Just so beautiful. What were you saying? You're getting a DRZ 400? Sick. Those are fun bikes. Come.
This was a consensual conversation. I've asked you to leave several times. Now you're walking through my yard taking pictures of my items. You can do that from somewhere other than this property.
This guy and his girlfriend are having a yard sale, but then the...
How much do you shoulder press for reps and max? Well, the best I've ever done has been 205 for 5 reps, 225 for 3 reps, and 240 for a 1 rep max.
Cops show up and accuse them of being shoplifters because they saw multiple numbers of different items laid out for sale. Despite being asked multiple times to leave, the police officers refuse to leave.
I've asked you to leave. I would like for you to leave.
And they stand there on the porch to harass and intimidate and to scare away potential purchasers from looking at the yard sale.
This is harassment. I've asked you to leave, and now you're impeding me from being able to sell the items. There's a man with a gun on my porch. Am I detained?
You are.
I'm detained for what reason?
For investigation.
I've not committed a crime. I know I've not committed a crime.
That's what everybody that commits a crime says.
Can a police officer just stand there on your porch and demand that you answer his questions if he does not have a warrant?
I'm just asking simple questions, but you refuse to answer my question.
If she coupons, she should have, most couponers keep pretty good records. I mean, does she have receipts?
What about if it's your girlfriend's house and she's not there? All police officers, especially supervisors, should know the answers to those questions, and you should also.
You have a supervisor coming.
I've already advised you. I am the supervisor.
The level of ignorance here is astounding. I don't think I've ever done this before, but I actually emailed this sheriff's department and asked them if there was any additional context to this that they could provide. What have I heard back so far? Crickets. Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel, where my mission is to help protect and defend your constitutional rights, both through legal education and also showing you all of the crazy things that your government does to people just like you. So if you share in that mission, please subscribe, like, comment, and share this footage so that maybe it doesn't happen again. This video brings us to Bowling Green, Kentucky. That's Warren County, Kentucky. And it involves the Warren County Sheriff's Office and also the Bowling Green Police Department. But primarily, this involves a patrol supervisor named Sergeant Mark Hines. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Sounds like Hines, but it's spelled this way on his card. The video begins with him on the front porch of this private residence where there is a yard sale going on in the front yard. The video was submitted to me by the guy who filmed it. His name is Anthony. The home belongs to his girlfriend, but this is where he's staying, and his girlfriend had just left to go to the bank, and she's coming right back. In the meantime, the cops show up, and they start looking at the stuff in the front yard, and they find the items suspicious. Anthony's girlfriend is a couponer. She will resell those items at her yard sales and also will give them out to needy members of the neighborhood. This police officer walks up and immediately begins asking questions and making accusations about shoplifting.
So what's your name and badge number?
My name is Sergeant Hines with Warren County Sheriff's Office, 415.
Thank you. I'm now recording this interaction because this was a consensual conversation where you walked upon me and decided.
F donated $2. Let me see.
I got a quick question. Did you know that Moses spent 40 years wandering the desert so that you could inherit the Holy Land? Can you even take 4 minutes today to pray to our one true God, Hashem, Adonai, our King? That's right. It is not until you accept Judaism as the one true faith that you will truly find peace. You know, it says in Numbers 3:17, Moses was instructed to kill the Midianites, and that will happen to you too. You will be killed if you don't pray and you don't accept the true enlightened path.
What do you think about the COVID vaccine being linked to heart attacks?
It's not. Yeah, it's just not. Thanks for the donation, shithead. Yeah, that's what Christians do.
The royal function includes everything that in the social order is properly referred to as the government. With regard to its regulatory and stabilizing function, it must ensure the maintenance of internal order, and with regard to its function of protecting the social organism, it must maintain outward order. These two constituent elements of the royal power are symbolized in diverse traditions respectively by the scales and the sword. As for the priesthood, its essential function is the conservation and transmission of the traditional doctrine, in which every regular society finds its fundamental principles. The true function of the priesthood, then, is above all one of knowledge and teaching, and its mission is not only to conserve it integrally, but also to communicate it to all who are fit to receive it, to distribute it hierarchically, according to the intellectual capacity of each. All traditional doctrines, whether Eastern or Western, are unanimous in affirming the superiority and even the transcendence of knowledge in relation to action. The hierarchical difference between the priesthood and royalty lies in the fact that the priesthood receives its power directly from the source, whereas royalty can receive its power only through the intermediary of the priesthood. This hierarchy is shown in the parable of the blind man and the lame man. We should note that it is the blind man who plays the leading role in the association of the two men, and that his very position, mounted on the blind man's shoulders, symbolizes the superiority of contemplation over action, a superiority that Confucius himself was far from disputing in principle, as is shown in an account of his meeting with Lao Tzu, in which he admitted that he was not born to knowledge. We must note in China the distinction between Taoism, which is a purely metaphysical doctrine, and Confucianism, which is a social doctrine. Both proceed from the same tradition, and correspond very exactly to the distinction.
This video shows you the real speed of a shuck, 19 kilometers per hour.
That actually looks pretty fast. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Between the spiritual and temporal. The same thing was taught, even outwardly.
It's so strange to see Saveridge talk about Pulsify.
Well, it's not Sverige, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
In the Western Middle Ages. Indeed, St. Thomas Aquinas expressly declares that all human functions are subordinate to contemplation as their superior end, so that when considered properly, they all seem to be in the service of those who contemplate the truth. In order to subsist, temporal power needs a consecration that comes from spiritual authority. It is this consecration that gives it legitimacy, that is to say, conformity with the very order of things. It is in this that the divine right of kings properly consists, what the Far Eastern tradition calls the mandate of heaven. The dependence of the temporal power on the spiritual authority has its visible sign in the anointing of kings, who are not truly legitimized until they have received investiture and consecration from the hands of the priesthood, implying the transmission of a spiritual influence necessary for the regular exercise of their functions. The king, then, is merely a depository of this influence and consequently can lose it in certain circumstances, which explains why, in the Christendom of the Middle Ages, the Pope could release subjects from their oath of allegiance to their sovereign. In exchange for the guarantee of their power by the spiritual authority, the Kshatriyas must use this power to ensure that the Brahmins will have the means to peacefully accomplish their proper function of knowledge and teaching, sheltered from trouble and agitation. Dante, in De Monarchia, assigns to the emperor
Dodo's mommy donatillers. Why does it look like Rome? They might have intended that.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
Physics, Fight Club. Weinstein isn't even a physicist. He's just a fucking asshole. This might be interesting. I want to see what Sean Carroll says.
You should probably have.
Thanks for the donation, dude. I'm just gonna finish this video first.
Emperor and to the Pope, respectively, the functions of leading mankind to the terrestrial paradise and to the celestial paradise. The first of these two functions accomplished according to philosophy, and the second according to revelation. This is shown in the two keys of Janus in ancient Rome, the attributes of the sovereign pontiff. These two keys are at the same time those of spiritual and temporal power. The relationship between these two powers may be expressed by saying that the Pope must keep for himself the golden key to the celestial paradise, and entrust to the Emperor the silver key to the terrestrial paradise. And, as we just saw, the symbolism of the second key is sometimes replaced by that of the scepter, the insignia belonging more particularly to royalty. One sees that the two keys, considered as those of knowledge of the metaphysical and physical orders, really both belong to the spiritual authority, and that it is only delegation, so to speak, that the second is entrusted to the holders of royal power. Since we have spoken of the mandate of heaven, it will not be out of place to end with that which, according to Confucius himself, this mandate was to be carried out. In order to make the natural virtues shine in the hearts of all men, the ancient princes first of all applied themselves to governing their own principality well. In order to govern their principality well, they first restored proper order in their families. In order to establish proper order in their families, they worked hard at perfecting themselves first. In order to perfect themselves, they first regulated the movement of their hearts. To regulate the movement of their hearts, they first perfected their will. To perfect their will, they developed their knowledge to the highest degree. One develops knowledge by scrutinizing the nature of things. Once the nature of things is scrutinized, knowledge attains its highest degree. Knowledge having arrived at its highest degree, will becomes perfect. Will being perfect, the movements of the heart are controlled. The movements of the heart having been controlled, the empire soon enjoys peace.
Yeah, that made no sense.
Ask Eric that.
Sean has been nothing but civil. He's also extremely nasty. So let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation.
Pro-plastine supporters support that's shooter.
Yep. They're all, horrible, degenerate scumbags.
Raccoons all use the same spot as a bathroom.
Excuse me? Are you almost done in there?
High fiber diets.
火曜はタコの日だよね。
Excuse me? Are you almost...
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, SB.
We're seeing some pro-Palestine activists on social media showing support for 31-year-old Elias Rodriguez. He's accused of killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers at an event at the Capital Jewish Museum.
It just seems like a really normal guy who was very passionate about what was happening in Palestine. I don't know any group of people in the world that have achieved their freedom without violent resistance, unfortunately.
Then they're like, why would you ever do this? That's crazy. That. And I won't say, you know, that I'm glad the guy did it or anything like that. I don't support violence. But let's just be real here.
Other posts go even further, calling Rodriguez a hero. One TikTok user posted a video titled Hero of the Month, and another with a caption that reads, his actions were the language of a world that failed to listen to Gaza's pain. This reminds some of what happened last year when social media users rallied around Luigi Mangione.
That is not anywhere near the fucking same, dude. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Richard, what did you do to your neck? I'm gonna have you some juicy tasty Joey next week.
I was working out and doing overhead press, and I misgrooved the weight, and I ended up forcing it up anyway, and along the way I tweaked something in my neck. I think it's a trapezius muscle or something that kind of got screwed up. But, thanks for the donation, even though, and I am looking for some nice Joey. I love Joey. Oh, man. Things get intense, dude.
For 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers of improved SU3 plus SU2 plus SU1.
I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here. It's worse than you would think.
How dare you?
How dare I read your paper?
I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube.
So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write follow-up paper about it.
Oh no, you're very much allowed, Sean.
I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best.
The first rule of Physics Fight Club.
Dr. Carroll, let me ask you first of all this. Are we actually here?
I think so. I'm here. I don't know about anybody else. It could be a solipsist kind of thing, but yeah, you know, I think that there's a lot of things that you can imagine meaning when you say things exist, things are real, etc. And I think that if you don't include you and me in tables and chairs, etc., I don't think that you're on the right track in defining what it means to exist. So yes, we're here.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that. I mean, I'm a working physicist. I am a professor in the physics department. I write physics papers. I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the
H3 podcast justed on a based centrist Palestinian who fled Gaza when he was 15 and shat all over Hamas and the American leftists. He on the Atlantic Council and actively assists the Gazans protesting against Hamas. He runs the Realign Palestine org.
That's really sick. Dude, I'm glad Ethan's getting, red-pilled on the whole Israel thing. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Establishment heterodoxy. Like, it's never what I imagined I would be doing, but there's good reasons why the heterodoxy is the heterodoxy. So I think that academic physics, even though I'm happy to disagree with certain choices they make about what to work on and what emphasis to put on there, is working in good faith. I think that we're trying our best to understand the universe at a deep level. String theory, which we'll talk about in the program, is one example of this. I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best. And if someone else comes up with a better idea, they'll move what they're doing and focus on that idea. It just hasn't happened yet.
For those with smaller brain power than you, what is string theory?
That's a great question. And in fact, very famous string theorist Joe Polchinski wrote a very influential paper called What is String Theory? Decades after string theory started being a popular theory to think about. And the fact is we still don't know yet. It's an approach. You start with a very simple idea that instead of the universe being made of particle-like things at the fundamental level, like the electron being a point-like particle, the photon, etc., which we all knew wasn't exactly right anyway, but we can talk about that later, replace that with a little loop of vibrating string. Now, why would you do that? There's a prehistory that goes into features of the strong interactions that motivated people to do it. They looked at this idea, what if the world were made of little loops of string rather than point particles? Problematically, the theory kept failing at what they were trying to do with it, which is explain the strong nuclear force, because it kept predicting the existence of gravity. So eventually people said, well, wait a minute, gravity exists. Maybe this is a theory of gravity as well. And after many, many years of hard work on the part of people who were otherwise ignored by the community, they showed that it's actually a very successful theory of gravity and possibly everything else. You have to buy a lot of extra stuff, like extra dimensions of space-time that we don't see and so forth, but it's called the holographic principle, which again, we could get into if you want to. But the theory keeps moving forward while at the same time utterly failing to connect directly with experiments. So this has caused, a lot of hair pulling among the physics community. The theory looks very promising, but we haven't actually been able to put it to work to connect to the real world.
Okay, Eric Weinstein, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I just assume that I'm being simulated by Sean Carroll. So who knows what's real? More or less, whether we're in a simulation or whether we're in not a simulation.
It's a really good question. Before you get into your response, we don't actually
react to this.
I really like lean beef patties, but it's just a cute butt. I like butts. Let me see, George.
Drugs in this house.
If there
Put that down for a second.
If there are, you better find them and give them to me immediately. No, they're not.
No drugs in the house right now.
Not that I know about. If I know about them, I'll find them and throw them away. It's not a big deal. Ooh, drugs in the house. We're all gonna die.
Are there any drugs in this house?
Yeah. Charlie Sheen was pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, George Droid. Kid Boo donated $2.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant...
Alright, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Gummy. Oh my god. What's going on, Gum Gum?
Hypocrisy of the left. Well, it was bound to happen. The focus was bound to shift. For nearly a decade, the establishment and its lapdog media and activist organizations were essentially sicked on the right. We were the target of their censorious campaigns. If you didn't fall in line with the establishment leftist messaging, then you were far right, a dangerous extremist. It reached such levels of deranged insanity that it got to the point that Ben Shapiro, an Orthodox Jewish man, was labeled an alt-right Nazi, and Candace Owens, a free-thinking black woman, was labeled an alt-right racist white supremacist. I mean, the left-wing NGO activist censorious machine was totally weaponized against the right, to label us, to attack us, to build these narratives, and we had essentially created a pipeline to extremism was happening.
Full genocidal rhetoric.
Media, we controlling us on
fault. That was a terrible, terrible video, dude.
Do we? I have sometimes the most extraordinarily vivid deja vu dreams, or I dream stuff and then it seems to happen or whatever, and it always makes me sit there shaking and trembling and sweating and thinking, are we all just living in some weird simulation? How would we know?
Well, maybe we should never legalize cannabis then. I don't know. The situation is that I think that...
Have you ever beat your shit to lean beef patty?
Probably at least once. I don't know. can't remember. Thanks for the nation, George Droids.
Sean and I probably agree almost completely on everything until 1972. Then you have the first really serious situation where a mysterious term is not only introduced into our common vocabulary called quantum gravity, but it takes over as a fictitious history that the central problem of theoretical physics is the quantization of gravity, which is not true historically. You can check it on Google Ngrams, so this is just a fiction. The progress in the object that tracks our progress in physics, called the Lagrangian, or the action, stops moving in 1973. And there's a bunch of wiggle words that I don't think we have time for between fundamental physics and regular physics. But then my guess is that the first problem that Sean and I will find ourselves at loggerheads over is that I think that making quantum gravity the holy grail of theoretical physics, which is repeated and perseverated ad nauseum, is a terrible crime.
And what is quantum gravity? Again, for those who are not as au fait with this as you guys, what is quantum gravity?
If I may, so there's a standard story that you'll hear, more or less. Sean is a part of a group of about 5 people who do most of the communication of theoretical physics to the American public. In the UK, there are different ones. And there's certain tropes that are repeated, and you don't hear anything else. So the trope that sounds something like this: we have 2 theories that are bedrock reality. We have one called the Standard Model, which covers 3 out of 4 forces, the non-gravitational ones, and all of the matter that we see in the universe, as well as something called the Higgs field and maybe some other fields as well. In the other theory, we have Einstein's theory of gravity, which was put into relatively final form before...
Liberal hive mind is still going? I used to love this guy. He's actually a fucking retard toe. Embarrassed I ever listened to that faggot. How did his voice change so much that he sounds like a Redditor? He should grow up and change it to leftist hive mind.
I think you did a typo there. I never really watched that guy. I think I might have seen one other video of his, but yeah, he's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, retard.
1920, maybe by 1917. And then the claim is that the incompatibility between the two of them is that one of them is a quantum theory, that is the standard model of the nuclear forces, electromagnetism, is a quantum theory, whereas Einstein's gravitational theory, general relativity, has resisted quantization. And then, as the trope goes, that incompatibility must be resolved by forcing the children of Einstein to submit to the will of the children of Bohr. And that explanation, to me, is patently absurd. There's an incompatibility in the classical version of the Standard Model before you get to the quantum version of the Standard Model, which is that one of them is a so-called gauge theory, and the other theory cannot be gauged successfully, at least.
And
so
why
far.
does it matter so much? Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. I mean, I can tell you why. The lead tweet in my Twitter feed is assume a traversable cosmos. If Einstein is left in force, my claim is that there are only 2 rocks that Elon's chemical rockets can get us to, and that we've allowed ourselves to fall into the misunderstanding of Einstein's theory as the map of gravity rather than the territory of where we actually live. I don't think we live in space-time at all. And Pierce, I just need to get to one further thing, which is that the really significant problem, I would say I am the only person in Generation X to have actually been present in the room when everything shifted.
Ducks are cannibals when stressed.
And that's why the bread is usually stale. Jonathan, are you with me? This is all going to be on the quiz next week, so I hope you're writing this. Jonathan, who do you have? Is that Ethan? Jonathan? Drop him. Drop him. Jonathan! Thank you! What do we say, class? When we're hungry and bored, do not eat each other. That's right. That's right.
I didn't know that. Ducks are fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, SB.
Towards string theory, which happened in 1983 at the University of Pennsylvania, when a fellow named Edward Witten gave the first lecture that I think he ever did publicly on string theory. And his will and his mind were so powerful and his influence so completely commanding that the entire sociology of the field turned on a dime in 83 and 84. And as such, I think I'm essentially the only person in general.
The proper way to deal with a disobedient woman.
Don't stay there.
I like it here.
Well, I can change that in a hurry. You get back to the hotel.
Yeah, that's President Reagan. Thanks for the donation, George.
How is your religion going? Did you start writing your unholy doctrine? Any ideas so far for commandments? Thou shalt lift weights should defiantly be one of them.
Haven't put pen to paper, so to speak, but I've been working on it. The way my brain works, I can write out, like, literally an essay just in my mind, and then I'll, like, write it down, but I've got an outline that I'm working with. Thanks for the donation, David.
Did you see this one?
I am getting so much abuse out there. Yeah. From people on the right, and nobody on the right stands up. I'm just like, wow, you guys are a bunch.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. I guess we can watch it. Thanks for the donation,
of
retard.
Cowards. You can't even stand up for your friends who you fought shoulder to shoulder with.
Are your feelings, let's say, moderated by the fact that so many tech bros are now involved in this? Because these are not, say...
They're not tech bros. They were my friends.
Well, okay. So, but that's what I mean. So you know a lot of these.
Yeah, but they just changed. Like, it was crazy how many of them have just changed. I didn't know how shallow this was.
All right, so it looks like Eric Weinstein is having a tough time once again. This guy's always going through something. He loves to whine. I mean, it's literally in his name, so I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. But now his problem is people are being too mean to him on Twitter, and none of his friends will stick up for him. And he also feels like he's been left behind by Trump and his supporters. Like, he's all disappointed that Trump never reaches out to him to ask him for help with his administration. Like, Eric thinks he deserves to be part of Trump's team because he's been fighting woke culture longer than everybody else. That's how far up his own ass this guy is. Like, on this Dave Rubin podcast, Eric keeps talking about how he's been fighting a war for decades, and he feels like he's being disrespected now because all these tech guys who jumped on the Trump train at the last second are getting more attention than him.
That I just sat through a bunch of years of being asked to kiss the woke ring and to bend the knee to the woke and all this kind of nonsense. I've been fighting this war at some level since the late 80s, you know, there's like 35 years. Because quite honestly, I was on this train a long time before Trump ever boarded. And this idea that a bunch of, you know, in particular, like the tech right, they just...
Who cares? Don't really... Like, the guy's a narcissist. I don't really care about his self-important ramblings. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Generation X, who saw the old culture of physics become the new culture of physics. And what I claim is that Sean and I probably aren't that divided even on the mathematics of string theory. Where we are bitterly divided is that I believe that Sean thinks that the system works pretty well. I would say he's part of the 2 cheers for the institutions, meaning that he has a to be sure paragraph saying that the institutions undoubtedly have their problems in which things could be done better. Whereas I see an absolute collapse in the ethics, efficacy, productivity of this at our deepest levels. And if you're thinking about dark energy, dark matter, dark chemistry, all of the things that physics has done, essentially our modern world has been built by physicists. Even molecular biology and the internet come out of physicists and CERN respectively with the World Wide Web. So if you think about the impact of physics, more or less the story of physics is the story of the world economy in the modern era.
Did his eyes just severely cross?
And we will be trapped here almost certainly unless you go in for science fiction tropes where we will not be able to get out of the solar system. The moon and Mars will be our only diversification, giving the lie to Elon's claim that he's going to save humanity by making us
The fuck was that?
That the system works pretty well. I would say he's part of the 2 cheers for the institutions, meaning that he has a to be sure paragraph saying that the institutions undoubtedly have their problems in which things could be done better. Whereas I see...
Whoa.
Problems in which things could be done.
What? Why have I never noticed this before? What is wrong with him? I didn't know his eyes did that. His eyes literally independently move on their own like a fucking chameleon. SB donate 420.
This is what it looks like putting an ice screw in extremely clear ice. It's probably some of the clearest ice I've seen in a really long time. I mean a really long time. This is dang near perfect. Look at that. Is it so freaking clear?
Huh, weird. Looks neat. Thanks for the donation, SV.
Whereas I see an absolute collapse in the ethics, efficacy, productivity of this at our deepest levels. And if you're thinking about dark energy, dark matter, dark chemistry, all of the things that physics has done, essentially our modern world has been built by physicists. Even molecular biology and the internet come out of physicists and CERN respectively with the World Wide Web. So if you think about the impact of physics, more or less the story of physics is the story of the world economy in the modern era. And we will be trapped here almost certainly unless you go in for science fiction tropes where we will not be able to get out of the solar system and the moon and the Mars will be our only diversification, giving the lie to Elon's claim that he's going to save humanity by making us multiplanetary. The only real diversification exists is if we shed the one atmosphere we share here and travel the cosmos.
Okay, so
His eye keeps doing that like every 10 or 15 seconds.
My takeaway from that, and it's brilliantly articulated, Sean, is that basically you are going to be responsible for the end of civilization as we know it.
Apparently, yeah, I didn't know, but now the weight is bearing down on my shoulders. Look, the story Eric just told is a kind of wacky and wildly misleading history of physics in the last 50 or 60 years. The idea of quantum gravity is a very natural one because the world runs by the rules of quantum mechanics, as far as we know. This is the International Year of Quantum because it's the 100th anniversary of really figuring out how quantum mechanics works. And the thing about quantum mechanics is it's not a theory by itself. It's a framework in which you can do theories, in contrast with classical mechanics from Isaac Newton that came before it. And gravity, our best current theory of gravity from Einstein, the theory of general relativity, is a thoroughgoingly classical theory. Certainly the default expectation is that someday we will better understand gravity at the quantum level. You don't have to think that because you don't have to think anything. You're welcome to come up with better theories. But again, that's the default expectation. If you have a different point of view, there's a certain burden of proof to convince people that it's interesting to contemplate this other point of view. The idea of actually doing the detailed calculations to quantize gravity goes back to at least the 1950s, but it instantly hit roadblocks. And physicists were smart enough to know that it wasn't working the way they wanted it to. The very simple thing you do, if I can get just a little bit detailed for a second here, because people never hear this, and I think it's really, really important to understand why string theory is so popular. If you want to invent a new quantum mechanical theory of the world, the first thing you do is you ask yourself, if I have two particles and they come together and scatter, there's a probability that different things will happen. I'm going to make photons, I'm going to make electrons and positrons or whatever, and you calculate that probability. And the famous triumph of mid-20th century physics was to show that you can do that and get a finite answer. If you're sloppy about it, your answer turns out to be infinity and your theory is on the wrong track. Everything that we know about in the physical world has a nice finite answer in this quantum mechanical realm, except for gravity. Gravity doesn't fit. And indeed, it was recognized pretty quickly that there was a good reason why gravity doesn't fit, and it was almost impossible to imagine fitting gravity in, namely that gravity interacts with everything. Gravity interacts with photons, with electrons, with quarks, with whatever. And so when you do this scattering experiment, you do the calculation, everything in the universe contributes to the infinitely big answer that you don't want to get. Apparently, what you would need is some kind of miraculous cancellation between all the different contributions from all the different fields. And people looked at that and said, we have no idea how to make that happen. Let's not worry about quantum gravity. And then string theory comes along. And again, it wasn't even trying to be a theory of gravity, but when they do this calculation, the miraculous cancellation happens in string theory. You get a finite answer to what happens when you scatter different particles off of each other. That is right now the only theory in which that miraculous happening actually works. And this was finally put together as a sort of sensible, viable theory in the mid-1980s. And it was a calculation by John Schwartz and Michael Green that showed that the theory did not have what are called anomalies. And you can look up the magazines at the time. Physics Today ran an article saying
And bro wonders why no one fucks with him. Brother's literally a lizard man. He's probably so upset because his plans to usurp humanity in anticipation of his alien overlord's arrival are an utter failure. Seriously though, what causes that?
I don't know if it's Tourette's or just some other weird thing, but yeah, that's unusual. Eric Weinstein's also a fucking idiot, and Sean Carroll's much smarter than him. It's kind of weird that he decided to go on. I think it has something to do with his narcissism. Probably figured he could lie and obfuscate and manipulate the conversation. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Anomaly cancellation launches superstring bandwagon. The point is, the reason why I had to go into those details is many, many physicists instantly became interested in string theory and quantum gravity who were not before. But the reason they did is not because Ed Witten is a smart guy and he towers over the field. It's because there was a calculation that showed the theory is promising. Physicists are not sheep. If Ed Witten had said we should all work on this, but everyone else looked at it and thought it wasn't very promising, he would have been ignored. But since then, there's no competitor to string theory that has had that miraculous feature that string theory has.
And just before I go to Eric to respond to that, your belief is that as a result of all this, it is more likely than not that there's a multiverse. There are many other worlds. I'm not misrepresenting, I hope.
Well, you're saying true things for the wrong reasons. It's what philosophers call a Gettier problem. I'm a believer in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. That's a question about the foundations of quantum mechanics, which again goes back to the 1950s. But that is more or less separate from the question of which model within the world of quantum mechanics is the right one. Is it field theory? Is it string theory? Is it loop quantum gravity? Is it something else? So I do believe that the best understanding of quantum mechanics we have right now implies the existence of parallel universes. Again, that could be true. And if we have a better theory that comes along, I'm happy to change my mind. There's also a separate idea of the multiverse that comes with combining string theory with inflationary cosmology, a scenario of what happened very close to the Big Bang. So those are two different ideas about the multiverse. Many worlds of quantum mechanics says literally every time I make a quantum measurement, now there's two worlds in which different measurement outcomes were obtained. The string theory multiverse says very, very, very far away in cosmological distance, there's a patch of space where conditions look remarkably different than they do here.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's Dream Powder. Beam is proudly founded in America and run by people who value hard work, integrity, wake up, everything by peers.
Portrayed, and this is actually, I'm glad that this is happening because this is sort of what happens when you tangle with a group of people who are supportive of this program. I did not say what I think Sean is choosing to either infer incorrectly or imply that somehow the world is not quantum mechanical or quantum field theoretic, and that somehow gravity is given a hall pass to go home and enjoy relaxation where everyone else has to work hard. What I said was that the idea of forcing gravity to submit to the same quantization procedures that have been successfully applied to other forces and to matter has not worked. It has stagnated the field, and that quantum harmonization is far more important. You could also decide to geometrize the quantum rather than quantize gravity and thus quantize the geometry. So because Sean's framework precludes somebody saying something outside the framework, the inference is that someone ignorantly just said that gravity can be kept out of the quantum framework, which I absolutely don't say. You'll also notice that Sean did not choose to take issue with the fact that one of these is a gauge theory and another one isn't a gauge theory, and so that there is a problem with gauging gravity and what that means, and the fact that we are getting no actual progress in the harmonization of gravity with the quantum that can give us a green light and tell us where we're going. Like, I would happily cede to Sean all sorts of things, like the string theorists are by far the smarter group of all people trying to go beyond the standard model in general relativity. I would further see that if the task is to quantize gravity directly, the string theorists and the string theory program have been more successful. But what you just saw is an example of what is actually going catastrophically wrong in the field, that a dominant narrative that has been perseverated into an as-if reality has created two teams, a smart team that gets it and a dumb team that just doesn't. And that kind of toxic sociology is the true problem. And my guess is that that will recur multiple times during this thing, is that I will not be heard and that Sean will continue to have a version of Eric that lives in his head, which shares my name, but not my understanding nor my beliefs.
And that is, of course, if we get past the hurdle of whether we're all here at all. Now, Eric, you've come up with an alternative theory of everything. It's based around geometric unity, and my understanding is it's a proposed framework aiming to unify the fundamental forces of nature, including gravity and quantum mechanics, within a single geometric structure, introducing a 14-dimensional manifold that extends space-time and embeds known particles and forces into a larger mathematical context. And the observation we had here in the research is that while ambitious, the theory remains largely unpublished in peer-reviewed literature, has not yet been formally tested or widely accepted by the physics community. Now, because you're so smart about this stuff, your geometric unity paper is 69 pages long, extremely complex, way over my head. So we did what everyone in my position does these days. We went onto YouTube and saw if we could find anybody who'd analyzed it and had a conclusion. And we found this.
Thank you to Eric Weinstein. It's an avant-garde and creative theory. Kurt here, several months later. This has been so long in the making. Geez, you have no idea. Anyhow, I wanted to say that I mean what I just said.
Wake up VG, new theory of the universe just dropped.
One of the really strange things about cosmology and the study of black holes is that in some ways, and
Go watch that later. Thanks for the donation, retard.
May have said this before in the iceberg, and if I haven't, I should have because it bears repeating. I haven't seen a theory like this come from any single individual ever. Not one that's this fleshed out or has this amount of unexampled connections within itself, as well as to what's known as the theoretical physics backbone that we talked about earlier.
Now, Eric, there's lots of people doing stuff like that about it. Why do you think that the mainstream physics world is not taking this seriously enough?
Well, first of all, I disagree. You see, part of what's going on is that Sean is part of a group of physics influencers who are constantly spreading misinformation, which leads to a climate of fear. I, for example, found the following quote of Sean: "What I really, really want to get across to the audience is that nobody in physics departments is discussing this with other people in physics departments." Now, I don't happen to be coming to you from a physics department at the moment, but I happen to be on a 5-day visit to a leading physics department. And in this situation, I just had a 9-hour conversation and talk, with 3 hours or 4 hours rather of that being an explication of geometric unity. What Sean is doing constantly is attempting to say, look, let's do some pattern matching. We have a man generously in midlife. He's not trained in the subject. He doesn't appear to accept the quantum gravity program. He appears to be possessed of the idea that a single individual, Ed Witten, caused all sorts of people who aren't sheep to cohere into a single framework that has been perseverated and doesn't seem to produce fruit. he has a telling of the tale that is, first of all, just not courageous. It's at odds with reality. From my experiences in this physics department, what I can tell you is that we have a situation in which everybody sees the problems. And so when Sean does a 4-hour podcast, which I think maybe 3 hours I'd recommend to anybody because Sean is one of the best explainers and also extremely good at mathematics and keeping true to actual physics in terms of his understanding. He then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club. There's a self-evident crisis. I can show it to you numerically. Somehow, the idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the physics influencer pile, which is where I would put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives. So when, for example, I can tell...
I noticed that all he can really ever do is moralize rather than actually make an argument.
Probably can guess the AI pierce from which you got the analysis of geometric unity. What you see is a very strange situation where a group of people go around attempting to throw shade on anyone who questions whether there's a massive problem in physics that everybody who's actually in the game can see with their own eyes. Now, if you ask me what's going on with geometric unity, I can say something very simply that because you have a very large viewership, will go out to many people. You won't understand it, but it'll be over very quickly, and it should be an astounding comment. If you take a Lorentzian metric as a section of a bundle of pointwise Lorentz metrics and pull back the positive Weyl spinners with suitable passing to maximal compact subgroup, you get one generation of petit salon grand unified fermions. Now, that was very quick, but what it really just said is that general relativity knows the standard model. Anybody of Sean's ability should be able to parse that 20-second sojourn and say, is that something we know? Is that something that might be interesting? Then what we'll have is we'll have a typical physicist large language model conversation in which physicists will ask, do you have a new prediction at anything electroweak scale? Which is a question that doesn't get asked to the string theorists. So you have a differential treatment in which the physicists remember what physics used to be like in the mid-20th century when they're hearing a competitor, and they choose to forget it when they're hearing something that comes from this other community. Hence, I think what you're going to find is if you look at this 3-hour documentary that was just made on geometric unity, which itself has flaws, by a person who does not have a PhD, it evidences the highest level of understanding of geometric unity found in a second person over 41 years of trying to have conversations with physicists who tend to be polarized by one collection of theories led by a single individual.
Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not tea before, so you put E
Unity and you go to
/Peaks. Okay, Sean Carroll.
Well, I find it very telling. I don't know. It makes me sad that you are looking for a second opinion about geometric unity and you go to YouTube and see what pops up. I don't think that's the standard to which we would like to aspire. There are professional physicists right there in your country who work on understanding quantum gravity, field theory, geometry at a deep level, and you could ask them what they think. Look, there's a lot of talk so far about sociology, and I'd much rather talk about physics. But I would like to let people out there know who might be working outside the academic physics community that it is 100% possible to have a good idea and have it have an impact on what physicists do. But it's not easy. You have to do a certain amount of work to show that your theory is worth the time, that it is respectable, that it is interesting, that it is promising. The first thing you got to do is make sure that your theory makes contact with modern physics as it is understood. If you have a new paper out, physicists are going to look at it. They're going to look for, where's the Lagrangian? Where's the interactions? Is the proton stable? Is there dark matter? Like, how does it fit into what I already know?
Those are all different levels of the stack, Sean.
Eric's paper has none of that. You would also ask, has the theory been shown to be viable in a very basic way? Is it stable? Is it free of anomalies? Is it finite in the sense of the quantum mechanical calculation that I already mentioned? Again, none of that is there. Are there any new predictions? Eric says completely correctly, string theory doesn't make any new predictions either. But also, I really don't want people to get the idea that string theory has some dominant picture. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have... Let me just finish and then you can talk. I think it's a good system. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have 6 professors in the theoretical physics group. One of them does string theory, and even he only does it sort of half-time. I wish we had more, honestly. This is very typical. Even at the most stringy departments, it's maybe half the people who do string theory. There are plenty of other approaches being advocated, and many of them do make different predictions, and we're looking for them in cosmology and astrophysics and elsewhere. And finally, does your theory solve any interesting problems that we already thought we had? That's the reason why string theory became interesting, because we had this problem with quantum gravity, that it gave infinite answers, and string theory solved that problem. And again, I see none of that in Eric's paper. So it's very possible that somewhere in Eric's theory there are interesting ideas, but he has given us no reason to think that it is a promising theory. I encourage other people who would like to have an impact on the research agenda of modern physics to take these easy steps rather than going on podcasts and talking about their victimization.
Okay, Eric, it's always a pivotal moment in these debates when you put your glasses on, so I'm bracing myself.
First of all, Sean has been nothing but civil throughout our relationship. He's also extremely nasty, but I really appreciate the civility, and I attempt to respond in kind. Sean and I really shouldn't be divided, but we appear to be. I don't understand it. He did respond. It just shows that none of this is serious.
Hey, could we watch PLS?
So again, he made an argument against Weinstein's theory, and then now he's saying he's mean to me.
Could a rebel militia defeat the U.S.?
We can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Speaking about what I'm talking about, he said, this is not something that is going to be a thing. He also says that he hasn't read it. So let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation for 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers under the group SU3 cross SU2 cross U1. In another podcast, you said, before I listen to your theory, you should listen to my Sean Carroll's theory. My theory is known as the standard model. I can give you an explanation for why SU3 cross SU2 cross U1, why there are 3 generations, why 16 particles in a generation, why the observed quantum numbers are the way they are, why the Higgs sector comes out of seemingly nowhere with a quartic potential with a quadratic term, why the Yukawa coupling is just there, just so in order to produce mass when the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator. Sean knows what every single thing that I just said is in that statement. Why Sean chooses to misportray the fact that I can say why there should be dark matter, what the dark energy is, what the exact quantum number assignments are for the 2 families that are luminous that have yet to be seen. I have no idea, because Sean also proudly says is that he hasn't looked at it and hasn't read it. That's why he says that there are no Lagrangians in it. I have no idea where Sean gets this stuff. Sean is insistent that the idea that somehow I am not choosing to go through the usual channels and instead talking as he is right now via YouTube is somehow significant when I've just given talks in 3 different countries on dark energy. And by the way, every time I talk about talking about this, somebody is telling me don't talk about the fact that you're actually in a physics department. And what I'm trying to tell you is I give talks in physics departments, I hang out with physics colleagues, I'm welcomed at places like the Institute for Advanced Study, MIT, et cetera, et cetera. And yet I have to deal with this nonsense. I talk to both physics colleagues. You know, right now you've got a giant problem called something called DESI or DESI, the dark energy, what is it, spectroscopic instrument, which is at the moment going after Einstein's unwanted cosmological constant. That is not a constant. The dark energy is not a constant term. That is the only term that you can put into the Einstein field equations because the Einsteinian curvature satisfies an automatic differential equation called divergence free. So if you have another term in the equation, it has to have the same property. There's only one known automatic equation, which is that the metric of Einstein that creates space-time is annihilated by its own Levi-Civita connection. And Sean, you're misrepresenting things because I'm going to give a formula for the dark energy. I do all sorts of things that you have no idea of because your attitude, which you repeat in other podcasts, and I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube, is that this is not a serious thing. Nobody's taking it seriously. And your misportrayal of the situation is nearly constant for reasons that completely elude me.
Sean? The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. And it's worse than you would think. You know, it just very quickly, it starts off by saying the author is not a physicist and is no longer an active academician, but is an entertainer and host of a podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft work in progress, and it may not be built upon. So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a follow-up paper about it.
Oh, no, you're very much allowed, Sean.
To everything that is normally done in scientific discourse. You hope that people build upon your theories. You don't try to prevent them. And then later on, it says,
Sean,
this document is an attempt to begin
theories.
recovering. I'm going to read this. This document is an attempt to begin recovering a rather more complete theory, which at this point is only partially remembered and stitched together from old computer files, notebooks, recordings, and the like, dating back to as far as 1983. And this is why this paper is not going to appear in the peer-reviewed literature. It's not serious. It's a dog ate my homework kind of thing. If you have a dark matter thing, if you have a dark matter prediction, if you have a dark energy prediction, I want to see a plot in the paper. I want to see redshift versus
Sean,
distance. I want to see a calculation of a relic abundance so I can figure out how much dark matter is supposed to be. If you do that,
Sean,
people will pay attention to the theory. It's very possible.
Sean, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, if you're going to go by the standards of the no, Sean, how dare you cast shade and aspersions of the kind that I wouldn't seek to cast on you, but I will now. Okay. I'm not seeking your favor, nor do
Eric Weinstein is just a fucking narcissist whack job.
I need to seek your approval. As you know, you failed to gain tenure at the University of Chicago. You're not highly regarded in the field. And again, I'm only returning the shade in which you just yourself cast. I wouldn't have done this otherwise. You then spent time as a non-tenured faculty at Caltech, and you only gained tenure in a non-standard professorship. You're not a leading person in the field. My belief structure about this is that you imagine that I'm coming to you saying, oh, Sean Carroll, tell me which graph I should do so that I can please you. As you know, because you've read the paper, what you said about Lagrangians is false. What you said about predictions is false. My concern is what you did is that you seized upon something where people have built on my ideas since 1994. The equations that Natty Slyberg and Ed Witten introduced that took over the world were called the insufficiently nonlinear equations when I was at Harvard in 1987 and introduced them. The question is why appear as an entertainer rather than as a physicist. First of all, neither you nor I are trained as physicists, Sean. You're actually trained as an astronomer. What you have in this situation is that you and I are both interloping in a field that is not the one to which we trained. That doesn't bother me about what you're doing. I've enjoyed some of your papers. I've thought very poorly of others. You have a wide range of interests. I think you're very creative. Your intellectually insulting aspect reminds me of you as the Marie Antoinette of theoretical physics influencers. I'm not here to please you. You know that there are tables in the document that you're reading to have plenty of predictions. You know that it solves plenty of problems. What you are doing is creating an environment of fear where every university worries, what does it mean to talk to this person? And what I would say to you is you are commenting on the effect that you are in fact inducing. You and a small cadre of people are like intellectual border collies of the physical sciences, casting shade and aspersions on those who are succeeding where the quantum gravity, string theoretic, and M-theoretic programs are failing.
Sean?
Look, I mean, I didn't say anything about Eric as a person, his history, or anything like that. I said things about the paper. Everything he says about me is like 90% true, as many things he says. The paper is not giving us any reason to think that this approach is promising. There is no quantum mechanics in the paper. There's no attempt at showing that this solves any of the known problems of quantum gravity. Again, it's not just about Eric, it's about anyone. If you want to make an impact on the physics research community, you have to give them a reason to think that what you do is promising.
Sean, you have a serious problem with dark energy that you're developing, and it's going to go right through having being a problem with lambda CDM to eventually being a problem with the Einstein field equations themselves.
Doesn't respond to anything Sean Carroll says.
Perched as they are atop the space of metrics as a completely inadequate space of field content. What you've just said and the aspersion that you have just cast, you are simply not qualified to say. What you have said is that I have given no reason. Let me imagine that paper, which was a draft rushed to get to an April 1st date, remains in a world where Sam Altman and Elon Musk continue to compete for better and better AIs. What would you say if at some point those AIs then got to that paper and said, holy cow, that is exactly what we've been missing. This thing solves all sorts of problems. And the problem that we have is that a group of influencers with a penchant for being, and this is becoming one of my least favorite words, although I didn't have any negative association until recently, debunkers. The problem, Sean, is that you and I are naturally allied on almost everything. We're not very far apart. I don't disagree with the standard model. I think the standard model is the most beautiful piece of differential geometry before it becomes theoretical physics. But one of the things that you just said is that it's a classical field theory that is not quantized. As you well know, there was a revolution in the 1970s which said that we blew Hamiltonian analysis and that in fact every phase space carrying a symplectic form can be treated locally as if that symplectic form is the curvature of a line bundle, and the L2 sections of that line bundle form a Hilbert space, and the P and Q coordinate functions can be promoted to operators. It said that wine is what you get when you stop grape juice from becoming vinegar, and in fact Hamiltonian analysis is what happens when you take a physical problem and you stop it from quantizing itself. That was one of the great errors of our time, that Hamiltonian analysis was actually pointing the way to saying that most classical problems contain the seeds of their own quantization. You know all this stuff, and I know this stuff. We know the same people. We probably can work in the same notation. My guess is that if you and I got over whatever this bizarre tension is between us and buried the hatchet, my guess is that after 2 days you'd say, boy, I really just didn't understand what he was saying.
You know what? I would love that to be the case, and maybe you guys can make that happen. Talking of dark energy, a little bit of dark energy has crept into this debate. So I'm going to try and end on a slightly lighter note, and these will require much shorter responses. I just want to see whether you guys, I mean, as you said, Eric, you agree about a lot of stuff. Do you agree about...
Most things.
Yeah, most things. I want to ask whether you agree about some of these fundamental things, which have struck me as interesting about where we are. Professor Stephen Hawking, I did the last television interview that he ever gave before he died. He said that the biggest threat to mankind was if artificial intelligence learned to self-design. Do you agree, Sean?
No, I don't think that's the biggest threat to mankind. I think that AI is a threat, but in a completely different way than it's usually portrayed. The AIs that we're working on now are not really the kind that will reach general intelligence in the way that we think about it. There's no obstacle to reaching that in principle, but the currently popular architectures aren't on that trajectory. The real problem, as we saw just this week with the Chicago Sun-Times, is people are lazy and people use AI for the wrong reasons. This was a very, very trivial example where they published an article about the fun summer book reads this year, which was completely hallucinated by an AI, and they just published it in the newspaper. That doesn't really hurt anybody, but when these architectures are being put to work in things that could actually hurt people, that's when AI is going to have a really bad impact.
Eric?
I would say I completely agree with Sean. I believe that the biggest problem and threat to humanity is that we share a single atmosphere. We can have different land masses, but we have to share one atmosphere, and that pathogens, radiation, and climate are all bound up in this one resource. And I would say that the biggest problem that I'm seeing is a general madness in the American political system on both left and right, where we went from being the thing that was like the control rod stopping the world from going critical to a crazy isolationist perspective where the Democratic Party is not able to restrain the worst excesses of the Republican Party, and conversely. And I fear that what we're going to see is a move towards nuclear proliferation, which remains the single greatest threat, which is what we physics people unleashed in November of 1952 at a thermonuclear level.
No gig, I'm not your dad.
And I think since we've never used such a thing in anger, and we've had a test ban treaty since the early 60s, we are completely unprepared for what the cost is of retreating as the world's policeman.
Fascinating. Sean, will we ever be able to time travel, either forwards or back?
Well, forwards, I time travel all the time. Yesterday, I time traveled 24 hours into the future, and here I am. I mean, that's not that hard. Einstein showed us that there's a trick. You can even travel into the future faster by either moving near the speed of light or by hanging out in a strong gravitational field like a black hole. Backwards in time, no. I don't think that we're going to be able to do it. I've written papers about it. It's something that is, I would say, conceivable but not plausible. We know how it might work in principle, but all of the indications are it's not going to work in practice.
Eric?
Well, as Sean has thoroughly digested my paper, he knows that I believe that there are either 5 or 7 dimensions of time in a 14-dimensional world, which is split 5 of time, 9 of space, or 7 of time, 7 of space. So when you talk about time travel, it's times travel. And only when time is one-dimensional is there an arrow of time. If there were 2 dimensions of time, you'd have a whirlpool. 3 dimensions would result in a right-hand rule of time. These things are technically called orientations. One of the things that is really interesting about multiple dimensions of time, which leads to something which is very poorly studied called ultra-hyperbolic equations, is that you have the opportunity of going back in time without going back through time. So just as you can play a record, and when the stylus comes to the inner circles of the record, you can jump again to any track that you like. On a cassette tape, you have to go back through time. So my belief is, no, we will not go back through time, but we will have to figure out how to stop thinking in terms of initial conditions, because it is only in the case of a single dimension of time leading to hyperbolic equations that you have that luxury. So I think that times travel is going to be perhaps the most interesting thing to come out when you ask, why should we worry about these things? Buckle up.
Fascinating. And my final question is probably the biggest question I can ask any guest. I've asked quite a few of them. I have to say with very limited responses. So I'm asking 2 highly intelligent people at this question now, which is, I happen to believe in God. And the reason I do, other than the fact I was reared as a Catholic by my mother, is because I genuinely think there must be a superior being out there who is able to answer this fundamental question in a way no human being has been able to answer it for me, which is, for those who believe in the Big Bang Theory, what was there before the Big Bang? In other words, what was nothing? And what was there before nothing? And because I do not believe a human brain can answer that question, there must be, de facto, a more superior thing out there that can. Sean?
Well, I'm glad to be the one who frees you from your religious convictions, because the human brain can absolutely tackle that question, and it does so all the time. I encourage viewers/listeners to listen to the upcoming episode of my podcast called Mindscape, where I talk to Nies F. Shorty and Phil Halper about exactly this question. What happened at or before the Big Bang?
Yeah.
We don't know the answer. We don't even know whether the Big Bang was the beginning.
Well, there you go.
So the fact that we don't know doesn't mean we can't know. Those are 2 very different statements.
Well, if you don't know, you can't know at the moment. Surely you have to admit you don't know.
I don't know, and we're doing science on it in the hopes that we will know.
Yeah, but with respect, Sean.
The young turds are defending Nazi Harvard students.
That may end. And Kristi Noem wants to make clear that this isn't just about Harvard. That's just the beginning of much more. Take a look.
This should be a warning to every other university to get your act together. Get your act together, because we are coming to make sure that these programs, that you are facilitating an environment where students can learn, where they're safe, and that they're not discriminated against based on their race or their religion. Anti-Semitism will not be stood for, and any participation with a country or an entity or a terrorist group that hates America and perpetuates this kind of violence, we will stop it.
Okay, so again, a lot of that is just code words. I mean, there's great reporting earlier this week on the close ties multiple members of the Trump administration have to anti-Semitic organizations and figures. They don't care about that. They're not doing anything about that, because this isn't actually about anti-Semitism. It's about cracking down on pro-Palestinian speech, op-ed.
Which is anti-Semitic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sean, with respect, it is utterly impossible. You will never, as a human being, be able to tell me what was there before nothing. How can you? You can't comprehend it, can you?
I come up with a theory. I show that the theory fits the data. That's how we do it.
What was there before nothing, then? Go on, best guess.
We don't know. My personal favorite theory is there was a pre-existing universe out of which our cosmos arose as a baby universe.
And what was there before that?
Quantum fluctuation.
What was there before that?
No, it's infinite. It's infinite in time in both directions.
So what was there before? So you mean it's never ending?
Yeah, I wrote a book. If you want to read it, Pierce.
I do.
From Eternity to Here. It's a great book.
I do. But what's there before eternity?
There was no such thing as before eternity. What is less than minus infinity? That's not a sensible question to ask.
Yeah, but I think it's a cop-out by you, if you don't mind me saying this very respectfully, to say that something is infinite, because if you're saying it's infinite, you don't have to answer the question. You just made that up. You don't know it's infinite.
This very often happens in the progress of human knowledge, that a question that we thought was an interesting one becomes not answered, but shown to be uninteresting because we get a deeper understanding.
See, I'm sorry. I'm going to come to you, Eric, on this. That seems to me a very pompous answer. That is basically trying to apply superior intelligence to a response to a lesser mortal by saying that my attempt to get this question answered is so stupid that there should be no need by the brain power in front of me to answer it.
No, it's exactly the opposite of that. I don't know why people are trying to psychoanalyze me and think about what I'm thinking of them. What I'm saying is the question of what happened before the Big Bang is prima facie a perfectly sensible question to ask. But we need to be open to the possibility that there is no beginning to the universe, that the universe is simply...
Yeah, but that is a ridiculous thing to say, because you know that your human brain cannot comprehend something that has no beginning. How can it? We can't.
I can comprehend the real numbers. They go from minus infinity to infinity. I don't see why it's harder to comprehend infinity years versus 14 billion years. That doesn't make sense to me.
All right, Eric, am I mad?
No, I mean, look, one of the things I like, Pierce, is that you invite me on this program often not to do battle, as we heard in the previous segment. So let me try something as an offering to good Dr. Carroll, and he can tell me whether this matches anything, because I also share atheism at some level along with him. What I believe is that you're conflating three different category problems. One, you're talking about something observational, which might terminate at what we would call the surface of last scattering, the thing that we cannot see beyond with our instruments. That takes place along the lines of something, let's say, called the cosmological model, which is a reduction of Einstein's field equations assuming greater symmetry. That is a 1, 3 problem where you have one dimension of time, 3 of space, and you can prove that there's something called an essential singularity in the center of a black hole, a Schwarzschild singularity, and an initial singularity in what would be called a Friedmann-Robertson-Walker metric. So that is a map of the territory that we are trying to observe. But there's a third thing, which is an assembly sequence, which also has an ordinal concept of development, which could be confused with a chronological one of time. What is it that built the manifold so that time could progress? Now, the thing that's truly radical about geometric unity, and I think Sean would probably agree with this if he's read it at all, and I'm not sure that he has.
Also, Jenkins, this is an attack Muslim students clamming.
Allowed to do free speech in this country if it's against Israel. It can't be any more blatant than that, and mainstream media is like, I don't see it. It looks like they have a legitimate effort to combat anti-Semitism, but perhaps they've gone a little too far. And then on the other side, they say Harvard says they might not comply. But do they ever say this is not a legitimate fight against anti-Semitism? Almost all the Democratic, not even Democratic, but Jewish senators overall in Congress are against this. So how could it be, battling anti-Semitism, etc.?
He looks like Shrek's Turkish uncle. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's the only theory I know that begins from almost nothing and tries to get, and by theory of everything, we don't mean all knowledge, we mean a complete set of the rules of the universe. What it says is that 4 degrees of freedom are all that is necessary for the quark, lepton, CKM, PMS, et cetera, PNMS structure of the universe. That basically sweet, salty, sour, and bitter, or treble, mid, bass, and reverb is all that's necessary to create a universe. What the point of a theory of everything, which is almost never discussed, and by the way, I would point out that I quite agree with Sean that philosophy, when done well, is an essential complement to understanding physics, lest we be tempted into the wrong kinds of thinking. What I would say theory of everything is a theory that starts from minimal assumptions, recovers all of the rules, and demotivates the further scientific study of the initial set of data used to construct the model. Not that the initial set of data is uninteresting, but that it be interesting to theologians and philosophers rather than be motivating to mathematicians and physicists. And what I would say is, if it's true, imagine we were on the branch where geometric unity has proven itself, and the good Dr. Carroll agrees. What I would say is, at that point, why there are 4 degrees of freedom is not a scientific question. I don't think anybody that I know would be motivated to try to figure out how to get 4 degrees of freedom from nothing. That would be an interesting question, and that is the question upon which your God hinges. But I would say that in the case of a scientific atheist, what we're trying to do is to come up with a complete set of the rules of chess, as it were, for the physical universe from minimal inputs, and those minimal inputs should have so little structure that they are demotivating to everybody who studies partial differential equations or group representations.
But just to be clear, Eric, like Sean, I think I've got a point of where you both come to the same place here. You don't actually know, do you? What was there before nothing?
No, absolutely not.
I would love, I would love to, given I've only understood about 1/10 of what either of you has said for the last hour, I would like to end on a point where none of us know the answer to something, because it makes me feel slightly less stupid. Fascinating debate, gentlemen. I'm glad we ended up with a bit of unanimity at the end there. I appreciate you coming together. I realize.
And I stress some ways. Our universe actually resembles, at least in the math, a black hole. This gets into highly speculative science that we really have no idea if it's true, and a matter of reality, or if it's not true, and just a dalliance of current alternative thinking and cosmology. But the idea that our universe is a black hole is not new. It was proposed by several scientists decades ago. Known as black hole cosmology, it lays out the idea that the observable universe, everything we can see, is in fact the interior of a black hole. The idea did not gain much traction, but rather simply sat in the background of cosmology as an interesting possibility, but without a deeper understanding of black holes and gravity, an idea that probably would evaporate at some point, much like a black hole. But this idea has had a comeback, curiously through recent observations of the James Webb Space Telescope. JWST has been a resounding success, but at the same time has spawned a huge amount of new mysteries about the universe. One of those mysteries stems from the observation that the most distant galaxies in the universe, which are also the earliest ones we can see, have a disparity in their rotation. Link to the paper by Lior Shamir announcing the discovery in the description below. About 2/3 of the observed galaxies are rotating clockwise, whereas only 1/3 are rotating counterclockwise. This should not be. In a truly random universe, you should expect to see a 50-50 split between the two. But in this study, we don't. This suggests that for some reason, there is a preferred direction for galactic rotation. The problem is there really doesn't seem to be a mundane reason for that, at least one that readily presents itself. It should be random, based on what we know. So the observation is based on a sampling of 263 galaxies, which is a fairly large sampling, but other surveys that have been done did not show this effect. As a result, this paper is causing some controversy, but it's interesting nonetheless, and is at least something that can be confirmed in the future or shot down, especially if there was selection bias involved. If it stands, there are two main candidate hypotheses that may explain the apparent disparity, and both of them are odd and have strange implications. One is that the universe was born rotating. If that's the case, then it agrees specifically with the predictions of black hole cosmology and that we're inside a black hole, though the link there is somewhat tenuous. That would also mean that many of our ideas in cosmology are more incomplete than we thought they were. Back to the drawing board for more than a few hypotheses about the cosmos. One of the oddities of black hole cosmology, also sometimes called Schwarzschild cosmology, is that it implies that our universe, being a black hole, actually is embedded inside of a greater parent universe, just as black holes dot our own universe and may contain universes of their own. This would mean that universes are nested like dolls, in a sense, and it's anyone's guess how far that extends. Is it black holes within black holes, all the way through to infinity? Or it's turtles all the way down, if you will? Or there is some master universe that is not a black hole and merely spawns them? Then the spawned universes spawn black holes themselves, and so on. In other words, it's turtles all the way down until you...
Skirmish donated 271. Let me see.
Hey, brother, I'm on record for a moment. What is this place, anyways? What is this place?
You don't need to film me.
Oh, I'm doing a documentary. Listen here.
I don't care. I don't want to be
This
filmed.
is America, you dumb son of a bitch, okay?
Hey, you dumb son of a bitch. I'm a private person, and I don't want to be filmed.
I'm a fucking American, you stupid fuck. I can ask you anything I want.
And I can tell you no anytime I want.
Fucking baby raper on your face, okay,
You want a baby raper? You're the one who looks like a baby raper.
Baby raper,
Would you
Chomo.
escape from jail?
What's up there, Chomo? Listen here. What do you guys, how do you get a job here, there, fuckface?
Well, not by talking like that.
Oh, you know what? You're fired, bud.
No,
okay?
I'm not.
You're talking to
Grit your
me.
teeth
I'm
a
a
little more,
fucking
tough guy.
American,
Grit
you
your tough-
fuck.
Come on, tough guy.
You're the one
Grit your
touching my
teeth.
camera through the
Grit your
fence,
teeth,
you
tough guy. Come on,
faggot.
grit your teeth.
I'm gonna talk to the sheriff's department about you, buddy, okay?
Go get him. Go get him.
And I'm gonna see.
Go get 'em.
Well, they're gonna watch it on the internet.
Go get him.
Well, how do you get a job here?
Not by
Tough
talking
boy.
like you. Not by talking like
Are you
you.
like what? You guys the ones all scared of the camera? Look at you. Look at you. You know what? You're fired, okay? You didn't follow proto. How do you get a job here?
You know what protocol is?
Yeah, I take cops' badges all the time doing it. You know who you're talking to? A retired double agent there, you fucking
Talking to a
retard.
man who's lost
You're
from the
talking to a
insane
man that
asylum.
just ruined your fucking life,
You
okay?
lost from the insane asylum, buddy.
You just lost your life, okay, as far as your job
You
goes.
threatening my life?
No, I told you
You
job.
threatening my fucking life?
Job, bitch.
That's not what you said, asshole.
Well, we're changing it to job because you're taking it out of context there. What's your name, anyways?
What's yours?
Peterson Conald. You've just ruined your life.
That's a lie.
You want to see my ID?
No, I don't want to see your ID.
How do you get a job here?
Why would you want to know?
Because I work all the time, all over the country.
Oh, yeah, I could tell.
I wear these little wire
You don't even know
things.
how to change
See,
clothes.
see these wire?
You only know how to
Oh, you,
put on
you
clean
just,
clothes.
you just got your job there, buddy. It's baby raper on your face clothes, okay? Okay? Ta-ta there, retard. You didn't follow proto, buddy. You're done. Oh, you don't have no authority over me, bitch. Take it easy, fuckhead. Let's go.
That's weird interaction.
It's gonna get interesting quick here, Americans. These cops are like little fuck faces. They just built a new jail prison. They want to put anything that moves in there, just like me. Just like this fuck. Just like a disease. To all you dead motherfuckers out here, I'm out here to communicate with you fuckers. If you have any loved ones that are in law, you best fucking communicate with them and tell them they better be good. Because if you don't, I'm gonna be real good to them, I promise you. I'm gonna fuck them up on my wires and twist their fucking souls. Gaya!
Okay, thanks for the donation, Skirmish.
You get to the pavement. Moreover, how far does it extend? Is there some limit that prevents the formation of new black hole universes at some point in the chain? Black hole cosmology was formulated concurrently by astrophysicist Raj Kumar Patria and mathematician I.J. Good. The idea is this. As you probably know, The event horizon of a black hole, also known as the Schwarzschild radius, is the point of no return for anything passing into a black hole. Go into the event horizon, and there's no way to get back out, due to the immense gravity involved. Not even light can escape. In black hole cosmology, the edge of the observable universe is in fact an event horizon as well, meaning that we're inside a black hole. Aside from the idea that I'm glad I host a show called Event Horizon instead of the Schwarzschild Radius, it doesn't quite have the same ring to it, though a spin-off called the Schwarzschild Radius hosted by Anna and the Possum would be neat, but I digress. There is one thing to note here. That we live within the event horizon may not equate to actually living in a black hole of the same type that we see inside our universe. That may not be the case. If it is the case, and the universe is indistinguishable from any other black hole, then every black hole inside this universe could be hosting a universe of its own. These daughter universes would be invisible to us, because they too would be behind event horizons, and no information about those universes can escape the confines of their event horizons. In other words, lo and behold, this would be indistinguishable from what we see as black holes. This was further built on by physicist Nikodym Poplawski. Black holes as we know them come about from gravitational collapse. The gravity of the accumulated material is so great that it overwhelms the forces that hold up matter. Setting primordial black holes aside, we don't actually know if those exist. Black holes are typically formed when a giant star's core collapses. Usually this happens in a supernova, but there are some odd ideas that under the right conditions, a star can simply collapse into a black hole without getting around to a supernova. Regardless, a black hole results. The end result is a singularity of immense, unfathomable density. Poplawski's idea is that various processes inside the black hole actually get the singularity spinning so fast that the matter cannot ever compress into a singularity. So what you end up with is an extremely dense ball of matter spinning unbelievably rapidly in an environment that is increasing its mass by creating new particles. In short, the collapse of a black hole initially kicks off a kind of bounce to prevent a true singularity. That bounce looks suspiciously in some ways like the Big Bang. One such way is inflation. The math of this model of a bounce in a black hole actually conveniently creates a finite period of time of what looks like cosmic inflation in standard Big Bang cosmology. It's almost spooky actually. And the end result is what looks like a flat, isotropic universe that's also homogeneous. The two terms are distinct, and it turns out that this is exactly what we live in. Weirdly, this also validates the strange prediction of relativity of Einstein-Rosen bridges, better known as wormholes, because each baby universe would be linked to the parent universe through a kind of tunnel, which is the black hole. You can't traverse such a wormhole, but it does dovetail with the prediction, at least in a sense. Or so we think you can't traverse them. There is an idea out there that through the use of negative matter, a hypothetical substance we have no idea how to make that the universe doesn't prohibit, that is anti-gravity by nature, actually might provide a way to enter and survive a black hole in some way. A stretch, but the idea is floating around out there. That's interesting in itself, but there is another aspect. Creating a black hole is possible, both for creating micro-black holes and powerful accelerators to getting a bunch of matter together until it collapses into a black hole. Some unbelievably advanced godlike alien Kardashev Type 3 civilization could, if it really wanted to, create an artificial black hole with a universe inside it, if this is all correct. If they somehow had control of the parameters of that universe, then the game changes for how we view highly advanced alien civilizations. There are two things to note here. Maybe the reason we do not see Kardashev Type 3 civilizations is because they simply disappear into artificially created black holes to live in a universe better suited to their needs. The Fermi paradox solution here is that all sufficiently advanced civilizations had two paradise universes of their own making. They simply stopped living in this, to them, subpar universe for some reason. Or perhaps even more spooky, all civilizations at some point try to find a way to somehow get through all the turtles back down to the pavement. After all, black holes evaporate, and maybe the pavement does not. The other thing to note is that we still have the fine-tuning question open about the universe. We have no idea why it is or how it happened, but the physical parameters of this universe are just so to allow for matter and ultimately intelligent life to exist. That might be an indicator that black holes, being a matter of the laws of physics, are all the same, and that the parameters are what they are because there is no other way they could be. That would imply that all universes inside all black holes are habitable and may have civilizations in them. And possibly what set all black hole universes on the same path are the properties of the original pavement universe. And in itself, who's to say that the pavement universe, should it exist, was alone, and may itself be in a multiverse of otherwise failed universes. But it just happened to be fine-tuned not just for matter and life, but the creation of black holes. Lions, tigers, and bears, oh my. Further into this question is the idea that maybe this universe is fine-tuned because it is, in fact, an artificial black hole.
What would you call Shrek's Turkish uncle, by the way? Is he scary? Does he eat children that support Hamas, that is?
Probably Shmlek. Shrek's uncle Shmlek. And yes, he's scary and eats children. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
hole that someone created, and that we just happen to be embedded in it. This may be someone's paradise weekend getaway universe, and we just haven't seen them yet. But back to black hole cosmology. Another prediction floating around out there are white holes, the other end of a black hole, which is a region that instead of having an event horizon that you can't escape from, it has the inverse, a line for which you cannot ever enter, and everything flies away from it, sort of like the Big Bang. But not exactly, as it is a point in time, not a floating point in space. Unless, of course, it's a black hole floating in another universe. But white holes do in some way resemble our universe. But those are also unstable, and require special physics to even make work. On the other hand, huge physics mysteries like the arrow of time are solved here, because it would simply be inherited from the parent universe. So that's one way of explaining the seeming rotation of the galaxies in the JWST observations. In short, the universe is rotating. We know that black holes rotate, and if you were in a black hole forming a galaxy, that would create a preferred, though not set in stone, direction of rotation. But there is the other possibility, that it's all an illusion, and that we're interpreting the JWST findings incorrectly. That could be simple observational or analytical biases. But also this comes from how difficult it is to measure the rotation of galaxies relative to the rotation of the Milky Way. The assumption was that the Milky Way is simply rotating too slowly to have an effect on the observations. But if that's not the case, then this whole thing goes away and new problems arise. Also that we can't easily measure the rotation of entire classes of galaxies, just some of them. There's rooms for problems here, hence the controversy. This would also mean that our distance measurements of deep objects like early galaxies are off and would need a rework to account for this observational problem. That actually might be a good thing, because it ends up explaining discrepancies in the expansion rate of the universe and the ages.
Dodo Donatillers, I would like to see Eric Weinstein and Amendum collaborate on a paper for the theory of everything. How do you think that'd go? That would be pretty funny. That would generate many, many mints. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do an imperson of Shirk's Turkish uncle smack eating Nazi children as punishment for supporting Hamas.
You children support Hamas. I'm gonna eat you. Nazi children dead. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You are now manually breathing. Enough with the gay tipsy white bitch act. You act like the kid in high school who never smoked and act like a retard after one hit you didn't even inhale. Fruity ass nigger. Durian rider, 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 777,777,777,777. Wake up Richard, 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 wake up Richard. Durian rider, 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 durian rider.
Gummy, no. No gum gum.
Sneed. 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed. Durian Rider 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quadruordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 666 undecillion 666 decillion 666 nonillion 666 octillion 666 septillion 666 sextillion 666 quintillion 666 quadrillion 666 trillion 666 billion 666 million 666,666 S N E E D. How come Jasmine let Durian Rider fuck her in the anus and never let you? Is it because you're bloated and Durian Rider is shredded and mogs you? Everyone check out durianrider.com, sign up to his mailing list. Take his advice. Sugar, water, durians, cycle. Dum dum gimme gum gum 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 gay 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 gay. Nigga 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 nigga. Gummy. No. Gum. 777,777,777. Check out durianrider.com, 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 durianrider.com. Manoga 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 monogamy. No. Gum. Stop it. Hello, it is me Gigliardo. I am a well-respected member of the vegan gain community and I ask that everyone stop spamming bad word in the donations. My daddy Vegan Gains won't like it. Vegan Gains' real name is Richard, or as Jasmine would say, Riekard. People are promoting Durian Rider in chat. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Gummy. No. Get down. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm normal again. Oh. Can't hear anything from my headphones. The fuck?
Of galaxies. Which
Okay, I'm just gonna restart OBS. Check Discord, important. Oh god. Oh, that's hilarious. Thank you for that gig. That's good. Show us? I guess I could since it's a gig. That is so good. Oh my god. Oh, bolt gun too. That's cool. Add that to my wish list. Gig has such a good sense of humor. I love Gig. Should actually check the mod page. There was a mod had Tommy's rifle to Ellie's kit, but after the update there was a glitch that made the game crash. See if there's me. Oh, get any work done. Oh. Placer works only in Jackson chapter. Oh, the opening. Fuck. So that's for both. So he fixed the game crashing. Oh, it doesn't work from existing saves. You have to load a chapter from the beginning. Nick Gurr donated $2. Let me see.
Luigi, don't be a dinophobe. It takes all colors to make a rainbow. Except black. There's no black in a rainbow.
Dude, if you've, you should check out, the original 1980s Zelda animated series. Bro.
Looking good, princess. Especially from this angle.
Thank you,
Yeah, that was in a 1980s kids cartoon.
Zelda.
Ah, how sickeningly sweet. Oh boy, smooching time.
Now get this belt off.
No, I'll stand firm. I won't knuckle under. I'll look her right in the eye and lie. Door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. Heroes simply do not get dirty.
What? Why, you useless fuck! What? Who's this?
Yeah, they made Link talk and they made him act like a complete fucking asshole too. It's hilarious. Realistic weapon mods. No bugs reported. Bluetooth helmet. I'll download that one. Yes, I'm very much alive. Glad I didn't vomit. Ugh. Any new anime? Sort of. Newest anime I've seen lately is Dandadan. I finished, getting through season 1 like a month or two ago. Dandadan's worth watching. It's kind of interesting. It's basically, a plot about aliens versus, like ghosts. It's kind of a neat idea. Finally, some good news. Alright, let's see if this shit works. Oh, it did! Hell yeah.
You good? Yeah. I thought I was fucked back there. Thanks for the save, by the way. Of course.
Dodo,
So,
donate
those are the
$2.
wolves.
If we are
They're really
going to
armed.
play video games, make
Yeah,
it
they
short,
are.
please.
Do
Stream
you
has
think there were
already
gonna be
been
this
8
many of them?
hours.
Tommy said this was a possibility.
Does that change anything for you?
Do you have to go to bed? Is that why? You like watching me play games? Thanks for the
Keep an
donation,
eye out for
Dodo.
patrols. There were a bunch trying to smoke me out around here.
You're a very, very, very sweet
I got a feeling there were more.
person.
And once they realize we're out of the school,
And that we killed their fucking friends.
they'll be out in force looking for us.
Bella Ramsey's Christian. Yeah.
I can't believe
Down
it.
syndrome confirmed.
These people are not like us.
What if we'd been refugees? What if we, I don't know, had intel they needed?
Dina, fresh blood. I'm ready.
This game has the fucking
Yeah.
sickest knife kills. It literally surpassed Metal Gear.
Same.
With the dope ass knife kills. Hopefully the Metal Gear remake. It's gonna be good. Do you like Naruto? Yeah, Naruto's good. You have to watch Naruto with a filler guide because it becomes absolutely unwatchable. What's weird is before I watched Naruto, all the Naruto fans told me, "Oh, Dragon Ball Z's all filler. Naruto has such a better story." Naruto provably, objectively, has far more filler than Dragon Ball Z. Somebody did an episode breakdown. I think Naruto had like 50% more filler than DBZ. I don't know, like, of all the criticisms you could make about DBZ versus Naruto, that is the most fucking bizarre one you could possibly make. But yeah, you have to watch Naruto with a guide to skip the filler. If you don't, you're gonna lose your fucking mind and completely lose interest in the show. I wish somebody had told me that beforehand, because going into it, hearing that from people, I never thought, like, I just thought there was like a long string of just shitty episodes, and then I realized, like,
I don't know.
oh,
Seems reckless.
maybe
they're dumb.
Like, it's worse than DBZ.
Maybe. What? Could be that you just weren't who they were looking for. So they let you go. Yeah, well, they did beat the shit out of us. The one guy, Jordan, kicked my face in.
Yeah, but why do you think that they didn't finish
It doesn't matter. They fucked up.
They did. What was the name of the girl in the note? The one in the TV station?
Leah.
Was she the one... was she the one with the braid?
No. Only thing I remember about her was the sound of her crying over that sadistic fuck's face when I sliced him open.
So, how do you want to handle it?
Find out what she knows. Find out where the others are. Go from there.
Oh.
You gonna ask her why they did it?
Yeah.
Any of this jogging memories of stuff Joel said about his past?
Nothing new.
What are the chances he did stuff that you don't know about?
High. He wasn't very big on sharing.
I wonder what Tommy's making of all this.
You probably know more about all the people Joel crossed.
No, not, really having micro sleep. The Da Vinci sleep thing is fucking crazy. I don't know how you could live life like that.
I'll be back in a sec. I'll keep watch.
That was fucking bizarre. Those gummies have to have been massively overdosed. That was fucking insane for 20 milligrams. Like, that was rough. That was like a mushroom trip.
The fuck is this? Some kind of bomb? Was it worth it? Yeah. Pretty good haul.
Do you believe vegans have an obligation to stay as healthy as possible to avoid non-vegan medicine? Well,
I can still kind of see the buildings.
most medicine is,
wanna
in
go?
fact, vegan-friendly. Just because there's animal testing,
see.
it doesn't mean it's not vegan-friendly. And, I don't know if I'd say as healthy as possible. That's a very complicated issue. Because, like, what is healthy as possible? How do you know if something's as healthy as possible? Fuck.
I saw someone. I'm sick of canoeing.
Keep an eye out.
Fuck.
Colin! Push Zoe! Okay, take it easy. No!
Oh, fuck.
Any left? I don't think so. Good. Shit. You recognize any of them? None. Man, this QZ is huge, right? It's pretty massive. You think the wolves are spread out all over it? I sure hope not.
This is just such a great fucking game. It's a real shame that so many people can't actually appreciate this game because they're fucking stupid children, and the only reason they got butthurt about the game is because Joel, their favorite character, died, and they can't appreciate, like, a well-written story. And there's some, like, dumbasses who complained about Abby being jacked because apparently women aren't allowed to lift weights even in video games. It was all, like, fat, retarded kids who were saying that, too. Fucking dumbasses. Swear there was a thing. Maybe I'm Could have sworn that building opened. Oh no, it's the gas station up ahead. Forgot.
See any others?
Not yet.
Nah, never played Last of Us multiplayer.
This QZ is
In her
so-
sleep you were like,
Just need a minute to
no
talk.
gamma no 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 gum gum.
For most of that, I wasn't actually asleep. I just couldn't move. I was literally paralyzed.
Down there.
I just
Yeah.
couldn't move my fucking body. And Gummy almost turned off my fucking computer, too. I was able to muster enough strength to realize my computer was shutting down, and I had to click cancel. Did we skip the gas station somehow? I think we did. Weird.
Watch it. Over there.
They're everywhere. Still don't understand why the fuck we're falling back.
We're not falling back. We're getting called up. It took us months to secure this zone. Higher-ups know what they're doing. Probably. That's how you do it. Oh, God.
Down there!
How in the fuck?
She's running!
I don't know how I missed.
To our left! Watch out!
God damn it. I don't know how I missed that headshot. I guess this gun is not as accurate as I'd like.
Seals and sea lions are literally water dogs lol.
Oh. Wow. They are dogs.
Didn't some guy leak The Last of Us 2 story before it dropped and he spoiled that a tranny killed Joel and that totally fucked the framing of it and people just kept assuming the story was woke and pro-tranny?
Yeah, at least that's what the quartering reported. I never saw the original leak. I kind of understand why somebody seeing Abby would think she's a tranny, but I mean, it's also stupid. Like, she looks like a girl. There's nothing to suggest she's trans, and why would a trans girl be jacked? So, yeah, whoever leaked that originally assuming they had that impression, is a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, seals literally are water dogs. Oh. Oh my god. Wow. Oh. Oh.
Whoever got the best grip, you got it. I got you right here.
Oh.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh.
He's great.
That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Cats with Jobs donated $2. Oh. Hmm. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Cats with Jobs. What actor looks closest to Abby? Not sure if any Hollywood actor could have played that type. That body type from the game design. Here's what they should have done for both Abby and Ellie. Find lesser known actors who are able to get a good show that they can like perform fairly well during casting. Like, especially considering season 2 has been absolute dog shit, and the person they got for Abby is just somebody you can't take seriously. Just dumb bullshit girl boss crap, and I mean, Ellie, terrible casting. Like, if you don't care in the first place, and you can't even find somebody who can act well, just go out, just try to find somebody who's lesser known. It would be cheaper anyway, and they'd be a better fit for the show, or at least with the case of Abby.
Florence Pugh, if she bulked up and got built, would have worked perfectly. Look her up.
Well, again, the problem is getting one of these actors to actually get in shape. So, you're not, like, the best decision you could make for Abby is find, like, there has to be an actor somewhere that has, like, a high degree of musculature already because they train. Like, you know, some chick who looks like they do CrossFit. And act pretty well. There's no way over the entire planet you can't find a chick who's like seriously into lifting, possibly a CrossFit chick, and also acts. There's no way you can't find one single fucking person on the entire planet Earth who looks something like this and also acts. Like, you don't even necessarily need the most insane jacked chick. Like, I get it. Casting Abby would be difficult, but like, just a girl who looks fucking strong, you know? Doesn't have to be Abby jacked, but like, this would, you know, totally work. You just need a chick who looks like she's actually strong. But they found like this weak little fucking girl who never lifted weights in her entire fucking life. And I don't know what the process was from like casting to shooting, but they clearly didn't put any effort whatsoever into getting her in shape. Like, she did no training. So that would have been the best case scenario for Abby. Just find a more obscure actor. And or what they should have done is cast Abby way, way, way in advance and then pay her to do the training so that she'd have like maybe a year or two to actually train and get in shape for the role.
This place is clear.
Accuracy on this fucking pistol is just god-awful. I don't even know why it's that bad. You should be able to make that shot with, like, Beretta. Took 20 milligrams.
To our right. He's got a rifle. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just not gonna make those longer shots. Haven't voted in the local elections, but I voted in the federal election.
Someone's here. I'll go check it out.
Shut up.
I don't know if Canada has an animal rights party or not. Dude, give me a break.
Got ya.
Alan, give him off!
fuck's sake.
All quiet. You good?
Yeah.
Hey, I think it's this way.
You have the Animal Protection Party in Canada? Okay. Never heard of them. I know there's like, you know, Green Party and everything.
Hey, Dina.
Yeah. Give me your hand. Hey, that round building. It looks like the TV station from your map.
Yeah. Come on. I don't know how I would have done all this without you.
Oh, shit! What the fuck was that?
I ran into a trap.
A what?
Explosive traps. Watch where you're walking.
Took a while for that zombie to die.
Okay.
Where are you going? Hey, hold on a second. Any wolves? I didn't see any, but it's hard to tell. Oh, shit! Ellie? Fuck. I'm okay. Come on. Is Leah chick? What has she done by the time we get there? I don't want to think about that right now. Holy shit. These were all shot.
Good morning. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love Joey?
I love Joey more than pizza itself. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou. Or 17 out of 10.
Hey, look. It's Tommy's. Ugh. Infected did a number on this one. You okay? Yeah, sorry. It's just the smell. All right. I must have taken off on foot. You good to keep going? Yeah, I'm fine. Please. How'd this city get so wrecked? Boston wasn't like this, was it? Boston didn't have a full-blown civil war. Fireflies never put up this kind of resistance. You see the TV station? Yeah, it's that way. Oh. More bodies. Tommy definitely came this way. I bet he went through there. Stop! Tripwire. Thanks. They're all over. Probably for infected. Still, one wrong step. Yeah, let's be careful.
Everything upgraded, don't I? Yeah.
They've really got... Feel her love. Huh. You think she's related to the wolves? I don't know. It's kind of fucking weird. Smart. That works. Yeah. I've seen Joel. You think someone heard that? It was pretty loud. We're not being subtle right now. Maybe Leah will come to us. Yeah. Or they might be waiting to ambush us. feels empty. I don't buy it. Fuck.
It's brutal. Tommy do this?
Let's get inside. Be careful.
Should check out Animal Justice Canada. They rank politicians by animal rights bills. That'll do that.
This is definitely not Tommy. Who the fuck did this? I don't know. But it's a message. I hope not. Keep your eyes open.
Vegan Cheetos in Canada now. I'd be excited if I liked Cheetos, but Cheetos are fucking terrible. Retard Potato Homunculus donated $3. Dude. My God. Yeah. It's so retarded that they cast this chick, like, with no consideration for how this would affect her career. Like, obviously, people are going to make memes online and make fun of her. But yeah, they wanted her to be like a sacrificial lamb for some bullshit, you know, feminist crap. Like, all that matters is that you can act well. Who cares about how you look? It's just bullshit. But thanks for the donation, Retard Potato Homunculus. She literally looks like she has Down syndrome.
Follow me.
What's funny is it's mostly women, like, defending that decision to make Ellie ugly.
We have to search all of it.
And women are all the ones who watch these, like, shit romance movies where, you know, all the men are, like, super fucking handsome and shit. Like, are they gonna watch, you know, a romance story with an ugly fucking dude as the main love interest? Like, obviously not. Like, it's always the standard that men have to be in shape, men have to look good, and all this crap. But then they'll cast some, like, dumb, ugly bitch, and then they're like, oh, it doesn't matter, it just matters how we can act. Why is there never being, like, some ugly, fat James Bond? So retarded.
What is that? That's her.
Ellie's got a nice, cute camel, too.
You sure?
Yes.
Guess the universe really wanted her dead, huh? There's nothing on her.
This is 2. Do you copy? 6. Acknowledge. Over.
Dina. It's all of them.
Hey, wait. That's near Jackson.
Look at their fucking smiles. That's her. That's the one who killed him.
Three down, right?
3 down.
6, this is 2. Do you copy? Support Unit India en route to the TV station. Repeat, support
Shit.
Unit India en route.
Yeah, we should
Over.
get going.
Yeah, I'm feeling refreshed.
Well,
my neck is feeling better too
How do you
from just
Guess we
the
couldn't talk to her.
Yeah.
probably just from going numb, but also just the muscle relaxing effect.
She traveled hundreds of miles to torture him. I don't care whether she held the club or not.
I get it.
You want to find somewhere to hole up? Look over Leah's stuff?
For sure. Let's head deeper into downtown. We can find a building to secure.
Does Canada have systemic racism? I guess so.
Keep your eyes open!
Couldn't have possibly been all of them, right? Oh, hammer.
And he's still standing?
I don't think so. I hear more.
Oh, shit!
This way. Come on.
We've got them!
Oh, fuck! Dina!
Run! Trespassers over there! Are they with this car? I don't fucking know. Don't do nothing. Don't stop. We can use them. Oh shit!
All right. It'll work for now. Keep going. Spores ahead. Masks.
Okay.
There's like a whole bot network that hypes up Bella Ramsey daily on X, but then again there's cringe-worthy self-deception like this from leftists daily too.
Yeah. Well, there's no help for them, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard. They're not the original flavor of Cheetos. Cheetos still suck, bro. They're just not good.
Negative. Keep looking.
We gotta keep moving. There's a way through. They thought they had us. I know.
No, I'd never go caving. That shit is insane.
So which is it? Are they guards or trespassers? Watch yourself. Fuck do these trespassers matter? These guards just lynched that old Oh shit! Something pissed them off!
Oh, what? Ah. Yeah,
Okay. We shouldn't hang out here for too long. Grab what you can, and then let's move.
Top 5 favorite shifts. It's hard to narrow down to a top 5. Probably most of my favorite ships are from the brand Hardbite. I also really like the Lay's tomato chips and their curry flavored masala chips. Those are really good. Boulder also has some good chip flavors.
Dina.
Fucking move it!
Shit. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. Thanks. Babe. I'm really tired. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Did you hear what they kept calling us?
Scars.
I wonder if that's who made all those murals.
And gutted all those wolves.
Everyone in this city's a fucking psycho.
Fuck.
Yeah, all dressed ruffles taste good.
Jesus. Have you ever seen anything like this? Bloaters have acid spores. But that didn't sound like a bloater. What's the plan? Got another ladder across there.
Okay. How do we get to it?
Oh my god, are you
That'll do.
kidding me?
Dina, this way.
Got another sandwich! Get out of here! No! Watch out! I got you! I got you!
Would ChatGPT or a woman in her mid-20s with a psychology degree be a better therapist for incels?
Probably ChatGPT. Yeah, female psychologists are generally not going to be able to do much for you. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Me neither. Fuck these assholes. Did they get you? No, I'm clean. Shamblers? Is that what they called them? Yeah. Where the hell do shamblers come from? I don't fucking know. But they're disgusting. Ugh, look at those acid burns.
No, I'm good.
Let's see where this takes us. Take your time. Almost done. Okay. It looks clear, as far as I can see. Good. Shamblers? As if the others weren't bad enough.
Guess that's nature for you.
Yeah, well, nature's an asshole.
How'd you do that?
Magic.
You're my favorite.
Shit. Shooters. Okay. I'm ready to get out of here.
Same. One sec. There. What the hell happened here? I'm gonna say some kind of train crash. Thanks, Sherlock. Jesus. I wonder how long they kept these running past Outbreak Day. Getting closer to light. Hey, let me get you up there. Yeah. What you got?
Pea protein is a complete protein. The
Okay.
amino acid breakdown is
Let's
almost
rally.
identical to soy.
We're almost out. Lead on. Ellie, your mask! Here, we can share mine.
No!
What?
Don't take it off! Stop! Ellie, stop! What? No! Ellie, no! Stop!
I'm not infected. I'm immune. I'm not coughing, do you see? Fuck. Dina. Shit. Can you run?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's fucking go! Go!
The fuck? So you have to fight that zombie?
Let's fucking go! Go! Run, Dina!
Ellie!
Yeah, literally.
Right here! Don't slow down!
This way! Hurry! Fuck! Go right! Come on! There's a key! Move it!
Dina! On your feet.
Hey. What did you say we rest in that theater?
That sounds so fucking good.
Almost there.
I got you. Here.
Ellie's got a nice butt.
Got it? Alright, we're good. Come on.
You want to tell me what's going on with you?
What's going on with me? Ellie, I just saw you breathe spores.
I told you. I'm immune.
Okay, you're immune? Come on.
I was bitten a long time ago.
The fuck are you talking about?
I was bitten.
Debate this fat bitch.
I don't think I'll bother.
Oh, he's still up in here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
And nothing happened.
The chemical burn.
Maria and Tommy and Joel are the only ones who know. Knew. Now you know. I can't get you infected if that's what you're worried about. I can't make you immune either. Can you say something?
Really? I think I'm pregnant.
What?
Don't worry, it's not yours.
What are we supposed to do now?
Nothing. I just need to rest for a second.
Are you fucking kidding? How long have you known?
I was late a few weeks ago.
A few weeks? We could have still turned back.
I didn't know. I wasn't sure, okay? I didn't want to be a burden.
Well, you're a burden now, aren't you? Make sure this place is secured. You just rest.
All right. I think that'll be a good spot to take a break. Well, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I am going to head to bed now. It is late. But thanks again, everybody. Tomorrow will be a normal stream where I don't fall asleep. So I'll see you all around the same time tomorrow. And sweet dreams, everyone. Nighty-night.